Good evening. I call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for January 14th to order. And the first item on the agenda is a proclamation for Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention and Awareness Week.
Hey, remember, for them to hear, you have to talk right in.
Dr. Blissos, and here, anyone else you want to come up at this point in time, or you want to just wait till afterwards?
Remember that.
Okay. All right. Slavery and
See, works.
Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention and Awareness Week. Whereas the United States was founded upon the principle that all people are created within the unalienable right to freedom, and the 13th Amendment was added to the Constitution, making slavery illegal. And whereas slavery within the United States today is most often found in the form of forced labor and sex trafficking, which weakens our social fabric, increases violence and organized crime, and debases our humanity. And whereas this problem and heinous crime is found within our own community, and whereas the Iowa Network Against Human Trafficking has been working for 14 years to abolish all forms of human trafficking through education, volunteerism, advocacy, and collaboration, and whereas every business, community organization, faith community, family, and individual can make a difference by choosing products that are not made by forced labor, by working to protect our young people from sexual exploitation, by addressing the problem of internet sex trafficking and pornography, and by becoming more aware of the problem and possible solutions. Therefore, I, John A. Hala, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the week of January 12th through 18th, 2020 as Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention and Awareness Week, and encourage all of our citizens to become more familiar with the problem, to be vigilant and report suspicious activity, and to work towards solutions to end trafficking in all of its forms in our community. It's my honor to present this proclamation to Dr. Blissos. And I'll let you introduce your your guest as well too. So
We'll take the photo. Let's get it. You guys
Yes,
get
yes.
in. On the side. Mayor.
we're gonna dance.
Okay, you guys should stay up here. We're all partners. I'm George Belitzos, Chair of the Iowa Network Against Human Trafficking and Slavery Board of Directors. And joining me are our local providers and advocates against human trafficking, including ISU Students Against Human Trafficking, very active group on campus, making a big difference. Access, providing service. Andrew Allen, representing YSS. On behalf of the network and all of our allies here in the local community, I want to thank the City Council for recognizing the growing problem of human trafficking by issuing today's proclamation. Also, all of us are very grateful for the December passage of the Massage Business Ordinance, which will now ensure that traffickers operating under the guise of massage therapy are rooted out and their victims set free. We're very grateful. Also, we want to thank the council for standing with us as local government and in the fight that we're all in together. It takes law enforcement, it takes prosecutors, it takes investigation, it takes local providers and statewide agencies working together. Of any evil crime, this is the worst. And this will not ever be solved by any one agency or institution. It's got to be individuals in the community all the way through all the providers in state and law enforcement working together. This year is a banner year. We're making progress. There have been 12 traffickers convicted of trafficking and all getting long prison sentences just in the last year. That's real progress. Also, there have been about 24 women that have been set free. So thank you again for passing the ordinance and for providing us with this proclamation. This is your copy. Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to consent agenda. Council, does any member wish to pull any items from the consent agenda this evening?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull items 16, 17, and 22.
And I would like to pull items 13 and 14.
Okay, just that's items 13, 14, 16, 17, and 22. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve consent less items 13, 14, 16, 17, and 22.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right. Aye. Sorry, first.
Yeah. I realized that after.
All right. Gloria, items 13 and 14.
So I'm going to let David jump in on this too, because he pulled 16 and 17, and they're all kind of a package. We as a council said that we were going to have a discussion about waiving downtown parking fees. And Steve tells me he looked into why we didn't have that discussion. It's because we pulled it from an agenda that was overloaded. So we never got to have the discussion about what we want to do as a policy for waiving those fees. And since items 13 and 14 pertain to events that are occurring in April and June, it seems like there would be time for us to have that policy discussion and then put these back on the agenda after that discussion. David, do you have anything to add?
I think that covers it for those items.
So my intent with both of these would be to move that we table the discussion till our first meeting in February and that we have our policy discussion at our next meeting, which is the 28th of January. Steve tells me that we have the staff report ready to go and that we can easily put that onto the agenda.
Okay. Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion?
Was it seconded?
It wasn't,
Oh, my apologies.
Second.
All right, I knew there was one coming, so.
So are we approving their other requests, just not the waiver of parking meter fees?
I just want to pull the item because we've got time. So my motion is to just pull 13 and 14 for discussion.
Well, I just know we've had discussions in the past about downtown not marketing their events until we've approved them. And
That's true.
I think we should approve at least what we can approve if we're going to have a parking meter discussion so that they can appropriately promote their events.
So do you have a friendly amendment for me?
Well, I guess,
May I suggest that maybe you say 13A and B, or
yeah,
13C is the resolution approving waiver of parking meter fees, and 14C is the same as well. So maybe you could have moved approve just on those two items.
Okay, so I would be happy to change my motion to tabling 13C and 14C to the first meeting in February.
Is there a second? Or David, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Any other questions? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
And then I would move that we approve 13A and B and 14A, B, and D and E.
second.
All right, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Hey, David?
Item 16 and 17 are similar. The reason this came up is because back in May, council voted to not approve a parking waiver for a nonprofit community strengthening event, whereas earlier in the year, we had voted to approve a waiver for a shopping event. And both of these events didn't really use the parking spaces for which the waivers were sought. Rather, the waivers were sought in order to attract people generally to downtown. And that's what led to this request to have a policy discussion and what we'll look forward to soon. In the meantime, I have taken the position of voting against such requests in order to be consistent. And so that's why I pulled these items, simply to be able to vote against them until we have this discussion, in which case maybe I'll change my mind about that. So for item 16, I would move approval of the request in all aspects except the waiver of fees for parking.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so this event is actually on Sunday, January 26th, which is before our next council meeting.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah, so I would have concerns about changing the policy on this one and would say, since it's coming up before the next meeting, I would rather see us approve this one while waiting for the discussion on the next one.
Yeah, I seconded so we could discuss, but I think I'd rather let them do it until we decide rather than not. But I certainly understand why you pulled them.
Okay. All right, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion failed. All right.
For item 17, it's really the same situation, so I would make effectively the same motion on item 17 that let's go back and fix that 16. I'm sorry. Someone else would like to make a motion?
I would move we approve items 16, A, B, and C.
Second.
All right, move and seconded. Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, David, 17.
So for 17, I'll make the same argument. If someone would like to make a motion instead of me, then that might speed things up.
Well, this one's on July 25th, so that would seem to be consistent with what. Gloria talked about on 13C and 14C.
Okay.
Right, so I
Just
would
table
move
it.
approval of A and C and then table B until we have our discussion at the next, or at the meeting in February.
Second.
All right.
Does that need two motions or is it going to be done all as one?
Well, it was all wrapped up into one. We'll let that stand. Everyone understand the motion? It's to approve 17A and B and to table item 17B until we have a discussion. Everyone clear?
And that would be the first meeting in February.
Well, I'll just, yeah,
Right.
Yep, correct. Yep. All right, roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Okay, 22, David.
Item 22 is the pole attachment agreement for Metronet. And in conversation with the city managers, Steve and Brian, and the mayor earlier today, and with Rachel also, I was just looking at the contract and noticed that in the unfortunate and unlikely event of termination of the attachment of fiber to our poles, the contract does not provide for an alternative for the city to take possession of the fiber if Metronet fails to remove the fiber within 180 days. And so I just thought, I mean, look, I hope this doesn't happen, but I think it would protect the city if we had an option in the contract that would allow us to take possession of the fiber if something really goes wrong and it's just left hanging there. So I guess I would just ask Brian from afar, is this consistent? I mean, this seems like a possibility. Is this something that we could pursue as a council?
Right. So right now in the draft pole attachment agreement, after 180 days, let's say the contract has expired for whatever reason, there's a breach or it runs its course and it's over. Within 180 days after that point, Metronet is required to have removed the fiber from the entire system. Under the current draft that is out there, if Metronet failed to remove that fiber within 180 days, the fiber can be removed by the city if the city chooses. And then I believe it can be billed, the cost can be billed back to Metronet. But there's no provision for taking possession of it. It's just to be removed. So if you wanted to explore something like that, you could make a motion and direct us to do that, and we could go back to Metronet and ask whether that would be an agreeable amendment to the pole attachment agreement.
Is it your sense that there would be time to bring that question to Metronet and resolve it without unnecessarily getting in the way of the activities that are underway?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty straightforward question, so it shouldn't take very, very long to pose it and to get a response.
So I'm inclined to make a motion along those lines unless there's other questions from council.
Please do.
I would move to ask staff to approach Metronet with a proposal to add a clause allowing the city to take possession if they fail to remove after termination.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
It's a thoughtful observation. I think it's worth looking at.
Thank you. All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Do we need to table that or not then?
And then David, why don't you, if you would, just table this item 22 to Brian, would be reasonable to have this kind of, Brian, sorry. I forgot to ask you. If we put this back on the agenda by the 28th, is that be adequate time to allow you to go ahead and contact them and get this thing?
I think so. We could get this
It's not very
going right away.
complicated. It's just a question, right?
Right.
If you just table it to the 28th of January for consideration.
So I'd move to postpone this item until January 28th.
Prefer table, please, if you would. Date certain.
I'd move to table it to January 28th.
Thank you.
Second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, on the public forum. This is a time that we set aside for the public to address council on items that is city business and that are not listed on the agenda. And Richard is asked to speak, and I ask you to you limit your comments, Richard, to 3 minutes or less.
I would like to say something about the oath of office. I think you should swear to support people's happiness. And I'm very much a nudist. I would like to speak at the end of the meeting.
Okay, is there anybody else that wants to address council under public forum? Seeing none, we'll close public forum. We'll move on to hearing. Item number 40, hearing on the sale of city-owned property at 1420 Lincoln Way. Brian?
Okay. Tonight, the council is being asked to consider the sale of property at 1420 Lincoln Way. This is a piece of property that has been owned by the city for since about the 1930s. It involves it includes a structure that was formerly used as a pumping station for the water utility that hasn't been used in approximately 30 years. This, yes.
We've had some problem with our sound system. Can everyone hear what Brian's saying? If you cannot, raise your hand, please. Okay, so if you may just get your mic a little closer. So, and
Speaking the mic.
same for the council. We had some requests that people get close to the microphone. I know I'm guilty of doing that frequently, so I'll make sure everyone can hear what's being said. So, thank you, Brian.
So, as the council is aware, MetroNet is a fiber internet company that's interested in deploying its infrastructure here in Ames. And as part of that process, MetroNet needs a hut, which is where all of the fiber lines will come back to from throughout the community, and there will be switching equipment to provide the internet service within that hut and get it out into the community. City staff and MetroNet have been talking about a number of issues related to MetroNet's deployment over the past 10 months. This project involves a lot of city departments and a variety of city processes, as you're aware, with things such as the pole attachment agreement and the locates agreement that you talked about earlier, in addition to where this hut is going to be located. MetroNet was originally interested in a site on off of East Lincoln Way for its hut site. And in discussions with city staff about the prospects for that site, one of the major impediments to it is that site is in an area that's being considered under the Ames Plan 2040 for potential redevelopment. This hut site is not the kind of thing that can be easily moved once it's developed. As we discussed that site with MetroNet, that became an issue. So we had some conversations with MetroNet in the summer about that site where we discussed those impediments, and then also discussed some alternative locations perhaps. And one of the real constraints with this hut site is that it needs to be in a location where MetroNet's fiber rings converge. So MetroNet will deploy its fiber in 3 rings throughout the community. And I can kind of illustrate that, which may be helpful for the conversation. So this is just a rough approximation, but the red lines here are Lincoln Way, Duff, and Grand. So as MetroNet deploys its fiber infrastructure, it will have 3 rings, which might look something like this. One going off this direction, one going off towards the west, and one going off towards the south. And there's a point or a corridor at which all 3 of those rings converge. They converge poorly on my map there, but and MetroNet's hut site needs to be located on within that corridor. This hut site is not something that could be located, for example, off in one corner of the community because all three of the rings won't touch that. As we looked at prospective sites that might be able to accommodate MetroNet, there's a very limited number of potential sites that touch all three of those rings, which really limits the availability of sites, right? So after evaluating some of the limitations of the property off East Lincoln Way, city staff and MetroNet talked about the prospects for other privately owned sites, and then also discussed some whether there would be city-owned property that might be a prospect for a potential hut site. And again, given that short corridor, there are very few city-owned properties that might be prospects. And this property at 1420 Lincoln Way is one of the prospective sites. So we indicated to MetroNet as staff that if they wanted to pursue that property, they would need to contact the council and ask to negotiate the prospective sale. MetroNet did that. You directed staff to work with MetroNet about the potential acquisition of that property. And we instructed MetroNet to obtain an appraisal of the property, and they have done so. One of the other components of this project is that MetroNet intends to also provide television service with its fiber internet product. So to accomplish that, it would put an aerial antenna up and collect the over-the-air television signals and then pipe that into its internet product for distribution out into the community. And the initial conversations were that MetroNet would do that alongside its hut site. MetroNet went through the process of trying to obtain a special use permit for that use. That's the process that we have for permitting a telecommunications facility. The Zoning Board of Adjustment heard MetroNet's application and has received quite a bit of feedback from the neighborhood in opposition to the antenna. MetroNet has since indicated that it will find another location for the antenna. The antenna does not need to be located on the same property in order for this to be technically to work from a technical standpoint. So MetroNet is willing to find an alternative location, which means that really the question is about the sale of the property and whether the property should be conveyed to MetroNet. The city has also received interest from a neighbor who lives, I believe, 2 lots down from this property, Catherine Knight, who is interested in using the property for an art studio. The city council, I believe, has some materials from Ms. Knight included in the proposal. She's offered $21,700 for the property, in contrast to MetroNet's appraisal, which is $21,600 for the value of the property. This property is very well encumbered by a lot of constraints. A little over 75% of the property would need to be maintained in easements or in right-of-way or conveyed through right-of-way acquisition. There are a number of abandoned water mains on the property, and the structure itself is pretty well built. So the city had planned in approximately 6 years to demolish this property, and given the amount of infrastructure in the ground, to return it to some kind of a clean and green state, we estimate would cost approximately $125,000. And given the amount of utilities on the site and the encumbrance by the easements that would be required, there really are a lot of limitations with what this site might be developed into as an alternative. So the proposal that is in front of you would not require much in the way of additional changes to the site. I believe MetroNet indicated if it was to obtain the property, it would do some landscaping, If the tower was off of the table as a part of the conveyance of the property, there'd be landscaping and a fence, and I think that would be about it. But the exterior of the structure itself would not be changed in any significant way. I think I'll pause there and
Okay.
ask if you have any questions.
Questions for Brian or Kelly on this one? Kelly?
Yes, one brief question. I read in the council action form that competitive bidding is not required for this property. Could you explain that, please?
Yes, there are certain circumstances in which the city is required by state law to take competitive bids for property that we wish to sell. Primarily, that's in an urban revitalization area. This is not an urban revitalization area, and so the chapter of state code that governs how we may dispose of city property is the Powers and Duties of Cities chapter, which I think is 364. And so the city is required to have a public hearing, which is what you're doing right now, and then has some pretty broad latitude to decide to whom the property is sold and for what purpose and for what amount, except that the council can't convey the property as a gift to anybody that's not another governmental entity. So that's really the only restriction on the sale of the property. You're not required to sell it to the highest bidder, per se.
Thank you.
So I guess it's a question for Kelly, maybe. In many of the emails that we received, there were references to the Lincoln Way corridor plan. And as I'm understanding this from what Brian has said and from what's in the staff report, that the intent of the city before the idea was floated that maybe this could be a MetroNet hut, was that we were going to return that property to a clean and green state at cost to the city. Did the Lincoln Way corridor plan ever specify what could happen to that site, or was it simply anticipated that was going to be gone, that hut building was going to be gone and it just stay green?
It wasn't really a site that was a focus of the plan. The neighborhood was. So we didn't look at all properties in all neighborhoods. And so to me, as part of that plan, the site really wasn't discussed in any meaningful way.
Thank you.
Kelly, could you also comment on the zoning of the site, if Brian hasn't talked about it? And there's obviously someone who's also asked about potentially buying it other than MetroNet. Can you just kind of comment and advise council on that?
So the current zoning is UCRM, which is urban core residential medium. But the way the regulations are written in that zone, principally the only new use you can add is a single family home. It accommodates existing duplexes and existing apartments, but the intent is not to allow for intensification of any meaning whatsoever. So the site is a legal lot, has been platted for quite some time. There is a small amount of buildable area, essentially where the hut is, and it does have access to Lincoln Way. There's already an easement that we must maintain to the benefit of the property to the east, so there's always going to be access because of that easement. So it is in theory, a usable piece of property if the hut was gone. But it really would probably be only likely to be used for development of a single family home.
And so the current zoning, can the use be for the intended, what MetroNet wants to accomplish?
Yeah, so we allow for major utilities in most zones. So MetroNet as a provider of internet, obviously when we wrote the zoning ordinance, internet providers weren't really a thing. So they're not called out exclusively as a specific thing, but they fit in the description of a utility as the way we define them in the zoning ordinance. So that is a use, it's allowable in the zone. And then the tower itself ended up being reviewed through a special use permit because we have extra standards related to what we call communication towers. So the use of the switching facility in the hut is separate from the construction of the tower, the way we looked at it through the zoning ordinance.
Okay. And then you've seen Catherine Knight's proposal or suggestion in terms of, and actually in the staff report. Could she use that property as it stands now and as currently zoned, or would it have to go through rezoning, or what would have to happen?
From her brief description of using the facility for some kind of art studio, that is not directly an allowed use in the zone. I'm not sure how we would, if council was okay with that concept, I'm not exactly sure how we'd approach that through the zoning ordinance.
Would that be some kind of process to go through in order to?
It would need something to happen through city council for that to be permitted.
All right. Any other questions for staff? I just want to speak to the audience for a second. We've received, and council's received a tremendous amount of emails regarding the tower, and we presume that many of you may be here to express your opinion on that. And I believe that council is interested in making a motion regarding the tower itself. Now, if that motion goes forward, it's not to preempt conversation, but I think it will take and put to bed some of the concerns specifically. So I just want to be clear that if we make a motion that people don't get concerned that, hey, you're trying to preempt the discussion or the public hearing, because there still will be a public hearing regarding the sale. But is there any motion to be made regarding the tower specifically, or anything related to that at this piece of property?
I could make a motion.
All right.
I would move to add a restrictive covenant to the property in case the sale is negotiated with Metronet, stipulating that no tower or structure above the existing roof line may be constructed, and that the city is an interested party for purposes of filing a verified claim to extend the covenant for longer than 21 years.
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
A fine tuning question. So would there be a limit on how big the building can be? Or are you talking about a structure being built on there higher than the current? So I'm trying to figure out, is there a height limitation? On
Yes, the motion said no tower or structure above the existing roof line. So that would preclude building any tower, and it would preclude building any structure that is mounted on and above the roof line.
Could the roof line be increased? Could you make the building any higher than?
Existing roof line was in the motion.
So for expansion, you would have to build outward as opposed to upward.
I mean, is that really what you're trying to achieve? My understanding was your goal of the motion was to prevent a tower or similar structure. This seems like it has a different, I'm curious, maybe an unintended effect.
I need an example of what effect that would be.
What
So
if they
this
wanted
is-
to add another level to the structure?
This
The
would prevent
Metronet
that.
builds a hut that would be higher than the current roof line. It would be in violation of the covenant.
Correct.
So the tower was, I think, how tall was the
79 feet.
79 feet. So a two-story structure seems a bit more palatable than a 79-foot tower.
Well,
Does-
if I'm not mistaken, they're not going to alter the hut, right? They like it as it is. From what I understand, they like it as is and can use it sort of as is. It's not like that tower, it's not like the hut, sorry, is coming down and a new hut is going up, because that would involve a lot of money. I mean, the mains that are under there, the water mains, like you can't start digging in there without a huge investment. So they're going to use it as is.
That's my understanding. And just for clarification, I understand Councilmember Martin's motion to be they could not build a tower or antenna above the existing roof line. I don't know if
Well, no.
adding
Yeah,
an additional story to the building is precluded by that.
Um,
If that was well down the road, for example.
The motion, as stated, did say no tower or structure above the existing roof line. So I was imagining a separate sort of structure extending above the roof line or being mounted upon it as what is being specifically restricted there. I hadn't thought of the question of what if they wanted to add a second level to this hut.
So in the zoning ordinance, structure is our most basic and broadest term. It would mean anything that is affixed to the ground. So if that was the motion and it was looked at through, and it's a covenant, but if it was looked through the definitions of the zoning ordinance, it would mean nothing. Nothing would be permitted beyond the current roof line.
I guess my feeling is if we find that that's completely unacceptable, then we'll hear about that. But that's the motion.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. They could always come ask if they were really burning to put a second floor on there. They'd come ask us to allow them to do that.
All right, so keep this moving. What if, and I'm just going to throw this out, the tower is a big issue, and the idea of the motion was really to try and capture everything, to try and limit there being, lots of stuff being put there that would be visually objectionable. One option B is to, because we do have Representative MetroNet here tonight, but we don't have a public forum yet or public comment yet, is to either amend the motion or change the motion to just eliminate the tower. They would not be allowed to erect a 79-foot tall. I mean, they couldn't erect a tower, period. Take the structure out. And then if we need a second motion based on what is being talked about by the MetroNet representative, then you could add that to the sale of the property if council decides to sell the property to MetroNet. Does that make sense?
All I'm suggesting is we tailor the language to what we're really trying to remediate.
Right, and the reason that the structure language was included was to allay concerns that that there might be something ugly that appears on the roof that would also be visually disturbing.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's get this. Let's move this along. So, do you want the motion to stand as it is? If it is, we can. Okay, everyone understand the motion? Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that was 5-1. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up public input. This is a public hearing, so I declare the public hearing on the sale of the city-owned property at 1420 Lincoln Way to be open. And I do have some cards from people who wish to address council. But before we do, how many of you have come tonight to express your objection to the tower being constructed on that property? Okay, a few of you. Okay. So that now is off the table. Just want you to understand. So our conversation now and the input is basically on the sale of the property to MetroNet, with the understanding there will not be a tower allowed to be built on that site. So that said, is it Dan Casiato with MetroNet? If you would please introduce yourself and your address, and if you would endeavor to keep your comments to no longer than 4 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Dan Casciato, I'm the government affairs person with MetroNet. I'm based in Chicago, but the headquarters is in Evansville, Indiana, at 3601 Communications Way. As I indicated, Mayor, last week, we were open to removing the tower. The tower is off the table. In answer to some of your questions, we don't. The building itself is a very secure building. Everything, as Brian indicated, everything is designed for these rings that are basically, if something goes wrong, everything keeps moving around. This is a perfect place for us. Everything's engineered for that location. Council member, in answer to your question, the building itself is fine. We don't intend to build a second structure. We don't want to build a second structure. We might put a security camera that's small, that's above the door, something like that. But the structure itself is perfect for us. And so there's nothing that's going to be, we're not going to build a second story or anything else. The building has got 12-inch thick. It's a very secure building, and it's perfect for our equipment for providing internet service. And as we indicated, the tower's off. We've already asked, we asked that city staff assist us in finding another location. We've had some private individuals come to us and say they have locations. We don't intend on putting it in another neighborhood. We want to be part of this community and provide service to the community. And are there any questions?
Any questions for Dan?
So my question is, it sounds like then the motion that we just voted on is not something that would interfere with your plans for the property at this time.
The second story?
You're correct. The restriction regarding no tower and nothing above the existing roof line.
No, except maybe a security cam. Something small, But no, we're not
But
building.
Even
Yeah,
that might fit under the eaves, right?
Yeah, but nothing, a security camera is probably 6 inches, something like that. But in answer to your question, no, it wouldn't interfere at all.
Okay.
We want the property and and none of that would interfere with our intention.
Great, thank you.
We did have one neighbor ask a question about how you're going to get the cables or your fiber, into the building and what routing. And
Sure.
Could you just make a comment on that, please?
We follow the current easements or rights of way like every other utility. And that's our specialty, and that's what we would do. And obviously this is and so, our project manager happens to be here too, but I can't get into specifics because I don't know specifically, but we're going to follow approved easements, and we work with city staff on all that.
And when you pull conduits with fiber, I mean, it's not like they're pulling huge bundles of cable anymore. Is that correct? Or can you describe, like you're talking about?
The actual, tubes are like 2 of them. They're like 2 inches thick, and they're plastic. And the fiber is quite small, except for, I think some of them are larger, right, John? Size of a nickel. Yeah.
So the point is that what we see around Ames right now, people are putting in underground communication pathways. There's orange tubing, essentially. That's about what you're looking at.
That's
coming
correct.
into the building.
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah.
And it's basically, it's glass. That's what goes through. It's not electricity going, it's light that will be passed through your community.
Well, I think there's people have some have an image of, a huge network server room with just, huge bundles of cables and large stuff coming through, but it's much more condensed now because of the fiber technology.
Correct.
Thank you.
I do have another question.
Sure, go ahead, Dave.
What can the neighbors expect in terms of ongoing use of the building, in terms
Sure.
of, whether it'll be quiet or loud, and how frequently will you have employees visiting the site, that sort of thing?
It's basically a site that's a secure site for our equipment. Occasionally, a technician will go in there to make sure everything is right. It's not it's not something that people are going to be going in and out of. You'll have, 1 or 2 people occasionally going to make sure that everything is right, and that's it. And so it's not going to be a huge parking lot with people coming in and out. It's 1 technician or 2 technicians to go to make sure that our equipment is sound. And
I just
testing.
want to chime in. During the special use permit process, we talked about that a little bit. As described right now, that would be the ongoing level of activity. Upon startup, there would definitely be more. But I think once the operation is going, it's not, there's going to be frequent technicians, but there would be technicians at a higher level at the outset of the project. Just to be clear, if still on day 1, there's 4 people there. I don't want people to misconstrue that comment and say, oh, I was promised 1. That wouldn't be the case at the outset.
Thanks. Anything else? Thank you for coming. Appreciate you very much. All right. Catherine Ann Knight, if you want to. And Council, Catherine Ann asked if she could have a little longer, but since she's proposing to purchase the property, I said yes. And if you could try and hit 5 minutes, that'd be great, if you wouldn't mind.
5, okay.
All right,
And
but if
I-
it's-
I timed my comments for
Pardon me?
3 minutes. And it's
Oh,
just-
you're
and it's-
you're
and
out.
it's
You're
just about
outstanding. I love
conveying
it.
the property.
Thank
That's
you.
all. Yep. So I am still concerned.
I'm sorry. Would you, for the
Yes.
record, would you introduce yourself and also your address?
Yes, I'm Catherine Knight, and I live at 123 South Riverside Drive.
Thank you.
Yep. So I am still concerned about how much fiber optic cable will converge on 1420 Lincoln Way. The statement that staff wrote regarding another location in Ames that was being considered for the hut says, quote, since the hut site would have significant amounts of fiber infrastructure associated with it, it would not be feasible to move the hut in the future, making the proposed location undesirable. So if the city sells the property to Metronet, even without approval of the tower, it has been established that fiber infrastructure will be significant, right, and not feasible to move in the future. The people of Ames, the ecology of the stream corridor, the Oak to Riverside neighborhood and the vision of the Lincoln Way corridor plan will be stuck, right, with this switching hut. Its significant infrastructure and its operations for the foreseeable future. Has the city obtained photographs of other MetroNet hut sites, both inside and out, and of the tower? Well, because the tower's done, but, and not just a graphic designed rendering, but actual property owned by MetroNet. I think this would help us all understand more fully what we are agreeing to. I don't think people have a clear understanding of the switching station and its related gear that will be housed in the building. You talked a little bit about the noise, but does it generate heat? Like, what is really happening in there? If so, how much, and how will this affect the area in the long term, right? We're not talking short term, we are talking for the foreseeable future. The property has within it an OE zone, and though much has been said about the building being just outside that zone, we are about to alter this site for the long term. And there should be an environmental assessment on how this will affect the stream corridor and all it supports ecologically for the city and for the Squaw Creek watershed. Not to mention the fact of increasing major floods from climate change and the accompanying erosion, which should be addressed as a negative to the location. The potential sites for this business may be limited, but have they been exhausted? Keep searching. Why the rush? There seems to be a manufactured urgency to this deal, when in fact there should be none, and the council ought to be given the time needed to pursue the best deal possible for the people of Ames and for MetroNet. It is clear that MetroNet feels the deal has been made. They stated at the ZBA meeting they have engineered their mechanical gear specifically for 1420 Lincoln Way, and they still want the building even if a tower is not allowed, which is different from what staff had earlier conveyed. This makes the public feel that a hearing is meaningless. We can voice our very real concerns, but it won't matter. The train has already left the station. The deals have been made. Our presence here tonight is civic engagement. We are telling you that we very much care what happens. The Squaw Creek watershed cannot be moved. Our homes cannot be moved, but we can certainly find a better location for this business. So I respectfully ask the City Council to not convey the property of 1420 to MetroNet at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so Hewitt, Catherine, and in the interest of trying to help set the stage, can you summarize what, because we have representatives here, let's try and get down to the heart of this, okay? So council can be informed and public can feel comfortable. And I appreciate your comment on community engagement because the deal is not done. So specifically what I wrote down was you heard staff say in the report that it can't be moved. There's so much fiber cable coming in. So that's one question, correct?
Right. That, yes.
And is that tied to the fact that, okay, in the future, if you wanted to use that property for something else, you can't? Is that what you're saying? Is that I'm just trying to, I'm talking about words in your mouth. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what your questions are.
Right. So the idea is that if, this site is particularly sensitive because of its location right on the border of Squaw Creek and the watershed. So you're making a decision here for a company that needs to have like a stable location, right? Mm-hmm. And if for whatever reason this infrastructure needs to be moved, it's a big deal. Right? So the site you choose needs to be considered with that in mind, right, for its longevity.
Okay, so to the Squaw Creek watershed sensitive nature, the concern you have is the fact of just them putting in burying cables, even though there's lots and lots and lots of utility infrastructure already there.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and I don't fully understand the operations of it. You know, again,
the operations of the hut.
Yeah, of the hut.
Okay.
Right. So what from what I've read, there's a significant amount of fiber that goes in there, and there's switching gear, and there's a generator, and that it produces heat. and vibration. And because of the OE zone being so close to it, I would imagine that we would want to do an environmental assessment of this spot.
Okay.
That and just thinking about the corridor plan for Lincoln Way, right? I looked over that. I looked it over carefully, and there are these platitudes, right, of making it beautiful for pedestrians and people riding bikes, and so in my mind, I imagine something beautiful there, something that's responsive to the environment and to these things that we're talking about, rather than a fenced-in utility.
Okay. And also, is your interest in purchasing the property still open, or are you
Absolutely.
just, okay.
Yeah.
And do you have anything you want to comment on that, or?
Well, just that I've been in contact with various people about this site, and everyone is very excited by its location, the history of the building itself. It's it's been written about. So I just I have this vision that it could be a place more for the community, an open place for the community. I know that the current zoning does not allow for, this is bizarre to me, that it won't allow me to come in and clean up the site, like make it beautiful with landscaping, and just clean it and put in a drawing table, but it will allow for like this intense infrastructure. But I think that Prairie Rivers of Iowa has gear there where they measure the river. So I would be interested in keeping that gear in there and making a partnership with them.
Okay. Well, we're going to try and get your questions answered. I know this is not quite the way we normally operate, but I just think that it's important that we get the information in front of the council so they have all the information to make a decision.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So again, this council, I'm going to ask for some forbearance here. What I'd like to do is just direct some of these questions. We still have some other cards of people that want to speak, and we will get to you. But I want to just ask staff for a couple of questions, and then I'd like to ask Dan to come back and his superintendent, because I think we want you to have all the information, and that the community hears all the information as well too. So Brian, can you comment on anything on the watershed, or the sensitivity, or the environmental assessment that Catherine Ann talked about?
I'll address that.
All right, thank you.
So the measurement of the flood levels, John Dunn and WPC is very well aware that we use that for that purpose. That is being accounted for as we went through this process when WPC was involved in the initial assessment, that we didn't want to lose any equipment that we had that was related to the flood or the creek's water level. So I believe that city staff that's appropriately attached to that issue, WPC staff is on top of that. I would have to give you some follow-up correspondence, but I know we talked about that originally when we first looked at the site. The environmental overlay only applies to the floodway portion of the property. So the EA overlay was put in place about 4 years ago to deal specifically with disturbance in floodways. If you were to disturb the floodway itself, you do have to go through a biological assessment, address issues related to loss of habitat, as well as anything that you might cause as a change to the water levels as a result of whatever activity you propose. No one is proposing anything in the floodway, nor in the floodway fringe. So from a zoning compliance standpoint, there is no requirement or known issue related to the overlay about the floodway from reusing the existing building, or even when there was a tower, it wasn't situated in that way. But from reuse of a building, it would definitely not apply.
Has that building flooded?
I am not aware of anybody making that statement, but I don't recall going through a detailed conversation on its history.
In the last few floods of mention,
Quite
it all spills. Does it all spill out the other side? What happens there?
Yeah, I was there in 2010, and the water goes into the Maple Willow Larch Fields more towards the west. It comes up a little ways onto the eastern portion of the bridge, but I don't think that site is impacted up where the structure is.
I see.
It's a little bit more protected being on the downstream side of the bridge.
I see. Sure. Okay.
Can you address the question of the creation of additional impervious surface that I understand is required by a communications facility, the paving of the driveway and related to the OE overlay?
So in this case, the driveway paving was in response to the communication tower proposal. We as staff also wanted to condition the sale that the driveway approach, which would be given back to us as right of way, because currently it's only an easement, that would be upgraded to a modern approach, which would be paved. Gravel track out onto a major arterial is not desirable. So just at least that minimum driveway approach is all that staff required to be paved. The current gravel condition can be accepted as non-conforming other than the approach. They, as part of their work, they wanted to pave it all. They're already there doing the work. They wanted to pave that driveway. It's about I think it's about a 12-foot wide driveway. So it was not a substantial amount of paving. It would be similar to any single family home that might also be built there. It would be exempt from any specific stormwater quantity or quality requirement because the amount of surface is so low.
Because the
The
what?
quantity of impervious surface is so low, it's exempt from any of our thresholds for stormwater.
Is a gravel driveway already considered impervious surface?
It has a lower, it essentially is, it's not as bad as asphalt, but it's definitely not pervious. So each type of impervious surface has a different value that you get credit for and how much runoff it generates.
Would you comment on on the environmental? When is environmental assessment normally required for a development or projects?
It's only required if you disturb the floodway.
Okay.
Within that specific zoning overlay that we have in place.
Okay. And then can you comment on her concern about just the inability to move the hut and how it might impact the Lincoln Way corridor plan? I know you touched on it before when we were having introductory comments, but
I think one of the goals of the corridor plan was to improve the corridor, regardless of whether redevelopment of any type happened. What we talked a lot about was, and if you were on the council, you remember the conversation about what's the street configuration in the future? Is this a 3-lane street instead of a 4-lane arterial street? And what does that bring about for multimodal transportation options? We got a lot of feedback on that. So I don't see this as impeding any effort for improvements to the arterial street itself, either from adding multimodal options or reconfiguring existing space, or to look at how you may add gateway elements to anywhere along this. So the hut itself is set far enough back. If there's no tower, there's really no difference. Adding front yard landscaping can kind of shield it, just like anything else in that area that has a decent amount of vegetation shielding it, but it wouldn't really obstruct our actual right-of-way improvements.
Will there be a requirement to add any vegetation or, as when they take over the property to do anything to the landscape?
So not directly, because when you reuse a building, we don't require you to come up to code. So as part of the special use permit process, we were going to add requirements to add improvements to the property, which they were amenable to at that time.
And so we could still put a covenant on the sale of the property that would do those things?
Well, Metronet representatives indicated that they would be interested in landscaping the property anyway. So I think that's something they're going to pursue. Now, what that looks like exactly, we don't have pinned down.
I was just thinking if that's a concern about the property, is that it's not going to be attractive. And if they're planning on it, is there some way we could put that in tonight to allay a concern about that?
well, one of Catherine Ann's comments was she couldn't be allowed to clean it up, and I think that I don't know what the site looks like. I actually have not driven by the site to see, but the point is that could be a request as well too, in terms of making it presentable and part of the neighborhood fabric.
Yeah, just seems like that might be something that would help. But
Okay. Any other questions for staff before I call? Yeah, go ahead.
So the point that caused me the greatest concern from Ms. Knight's comments was really sort of a questioning of staff due diligence with respect to locating this. And could you give an overview of why this location is, maybe just open it up. Could you describe the process you went through to make the recommendation you're making to City Council? Why this property?
You might get two similar answers. I mean, I approached it from one perspective through the planning department and development review committee perspective. And Brian obviously has been working to facilitate your goal for expanding internet options. So we ended up working together at the end. When they originally came to the city, again, we weren't trying to find a site for them. They came in through our normal review process and suggested a site. May or may not have been workable. It was a commercial site. We said, hey, are there any other ways you could look at this? We know because of your loop structure that it's not one location that works for you, there's multiple choices. So with the city manager's office and myself, we sat down for a brainstorming session to look at a number of different sites, whether they were privately owned or publicly owned. We did not necessarily say it needs to be on public property. And one thing we identified in this, again, the stretch that we were looking at was essentially from Squaw Creek over to Resource Recovery. That's kind of the corridor we were told worked best for them. So we looked at what other city properties or what vacant or available commercial properties were there. And we identified this was a surplus property. And at that time, we had no knowledge of whether it really worked for them because the building was there. It seemed like a site that fit their needs. It seemed like something that we didn't have a vested interest in maintaining in the long term. And that seemed to work out toward after they vetted that through due diligence that it was a viable site for them.
So let me pause on you there, because I can anticipate what someone might be saying. Well, just because this property seems to work doesn't mean that the others wouldn't work as well. And so from a standpoint of due diligence, you explore the viability of all the alternatives. And so I'm not hearing that we've vetted all the other properties. Now, I'm leaning towards this, but could you help me think through why this property as opposed to the others? Well, I just think if she's raised this issue, we should be able to provide a response.
Yeah, we did some analysis informally of 4 or 5 different potential locations. So there was the initial site on East Lincoln Way near High Avenue that we talked about could be a challenge with regard to Ames Plan 2040. We talked about a piece of property that is used by the electric utility south of the railroad tracks off of East Lincoln Way, I think along Bourne Avenue. That's used, number one, it's actively in use. We use it to store electric materials. And number two, when the tower was a component of the discussion, there's no place upon that property to place the tower because it's in proximity to electric transmission lines. We talked about some potential property on North 4th that I believe is vacant. That property couldn't accommodate the proposal without a variance, I think.
Probably. I don't know that it was for sale either.
And so after going through those, we came upon the option of 1420 Lincoln Way. And on the first look, it did not appear to have any of those issues, being actively in use, being requiring variance or not having a willing seller, perhaps. So it was available. It was not in use. It could accommodate what they were envisioning without any changes, really. It's zoned appropriately. It's the size that they're looking for. And it had the additional secondary benefit of being a property that we were going to have to spend a considerable amount to demolish. So that's how we arrived, I guess, at that site. And Metronet made arrangements with city staff to go view it, and they said that it worked for them, and so that's why they were interested.
Yeah. So I just want to land the plane on this. So as far as your analysis goes, you feel like you've done your due diligence in making the recommendation to the council that you have?
I think I don't want to construe it that we did MetroNet's due diligence
Right.
and what's best for their business.
I didn't suggest that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. We didn't.
That's not my question.
So from the city perspective, is this parcel useful for city activities in the future? I think that was a clear no. It is surplus land. That is absolutely a decision of the city.
And the city does not own very much land, first of all, to speak of. And secondly, you're trying to look for some piece of land that was basically could be used by them and fit the loop criteria. It's not like you're going out and trying to look at all the different private property options that they might come at you. It's just basically, was there something that the city owned that could be used, already zoned, to try and make it somewhat seamless. Is that correct? That was a goal.
And I want to emphasize as well, after we said, well, 1420 Lincoln Way is an option, we spent quite a lot of time saying, okay, what else? And nothing else really came to mind in that discussion. So that was basically the option that seemed the most viable after that discussion. And we talked to MetroNet about what the process would be to go through to acquire it if they wanted to.
Well, I'm satisfied, but I thought it was helpful to have a brief conversation on the issue of due diligence. Thank you.
Okay, Dan, would you come up here again, please? And is it John? Is he your installer? There's a couple of questions that would be helpful if you could just address. Again, audience, thank you for your forbearance as well, too. I know it's taken a long time, but I think it's important to get this. There's a lot of communication to council on this and make sure that people are informed.
John's the project manager that'll be
Yep.
here for the construction. And he's
Yep. Thank you, John. So there's a question about, can you talk about noise and heat? Is there any noise or heat given off after your work is completed and when the system is running there? Is there like air conditioners? Is there generators? What's going
There
on?
are air conditioners.
Okay.
It's obviously equipment. Has to stay.
Make sure you get closer.
It does have to stay somewhat cool.
Yep.
But not like, it's different than phone. It doesn't get near as hot as phone because it's light waves. As far as fiber, yes, we say it's a lot of fiber. It's 288 strands. That's in a sheath about this big.
So it's
We have-
about a nickel size in diameter, you
Yes.
said.
And there's 288 fibers in there.
Okay.
So when you put 3 of those in and 3 of those out, we say that's a lot of fiber,
Okay.
right? I mean, even though it's only going to take up this much room totally, this much.
So you're showing us about 2 or 3 inch diameter pipe, essentially.
Right.
That's all it's going in and going out.
Right, correct. And so each one of those fibers, once you get inside the hut, you have to break those all out to an individual plug. So there's 3 racks of 288 fibers plugged into the back of these so that if something happens, there's an A and a B plug. So if it gets cut on one side, you can switch it to the B side and it reverses it to keep everybody's internet up. So you have 2 racks of those. So whatever that is, how many fibers that is. Then you'll have some batteries in there for emergency backup initially, which the generator's there for then to keep the batteries charged. The size of this building is really, it's the right size because we always build one hut with the option to add another hut depending on the growth of the city. So this one is big enough on the inside where we don't have to, we can put 2 huts worth of equipment inside this one building.
Okay.
So if the city keeps growing, this accommodates that. And in terms of the generator's an emergency backup. It's not run it's
Right.
It's for emergency. If the power is an outage, we want to keep the internet going for the community. And it's natural gas. It's not diesel.
Okay. And then they asked about, what pictures look like. The point is, on the outside, nothing will change. Is that correct?
Well, we're going to landscape and we'll work with city staff on, the landscaping and
the
we'll-
walls, the windows, the doors, that's all going to look the same. I just want.
Could I just dig in there for 1 second? If you have to add AC units or something like
Depending on
those.
if we have to put it on the front or the back. I have not seen exactly how they're gonna build the inside of this. So we're either gonna have to put the ACs on the front side because there's already knockouts in the bottom there. We don't have to try to cut through those 12-inch walls, or they mount on the backside to cool the backside.
So my
not
point is
that
there's somewhat normal appurtenances that will definitely go with this building. The basic look of it, whenever we've talked about it, is not in any other way going to be affected by this. It's those extra appurtenances that are really the issue of getting added to it. And they would have to meet zoning standards for how that's done. There's not a lot necessarily there from design requirements in UCRM, but that's what will still get reviewed by staff if this was to go forward.
As far as the, just maybe the easier out minds a little bit more. So we'll come into that building in 3 different directions because we cannot overlap our rings because then we have a fault line, right? So in order to get into the building, there's no more than a 4-inch conduit to get into the building. So that's all the material we're going to disturb to get these 3 fibers in and 3 fibers out.
Okay. I think in operations, I think Dan, you touched on this before, and that is you may have a technician go in there from time to time to do this is after construction.
Hopefully everybody in the city signs up for our service. So there'll be somebody in there every single day to hook somebody up, right? So,
I see.
so you have to physically go in there and hook them up. So that's the type of activity that'd be in there. It's usually probably a half-hour service for them to hook up somebody, put an end on a piece of fiber, plug it into the port, test it. It's something pretty quick.
Okay. Any questions for John or Dan?
Well, it sounds like you're already planning on doing landscaping. So if we were to add a covenant that required you to come up to code on landscaping, you're all right with that?
That's fine.
Okay.
No, we intended on doing landscaping.
Sure. Yeah.
We want to make the place look nice, and there'll be a small fence around it. And now that the tower is out of the picture, it's probably even a smaller footprint than that. And then we want to improve the property and landscape it. And there's not going to be much difference in the look. It's basically the same.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. Barbara Blakely, you've asked to speak. Is your wish to make comments still, or? Thank you for waiting.
I'm Barb Blakely. I live at 112 North Riverside, and I want to thank everybody. I'm much relieved about the fact that the tower is out of the picture now. I do still want to double check about I'm still picturing this hut, although again, I feel better. I'm still picturing the hut as kind of this vibrating, heat producing thing with a green glow. No, but is it going, am I imagining the wrong thing? Okay. All right. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it. And then F.A. Ferrardi.
Sir, could you tell me if this could be projected? The project you see?
John, the name again? Name?
Yeah. Would you please introduce yourself and your address, please?
My name is F.A. Faraday. I live in 2821 Wood Street, Ames.
And if you could also, could you also please try and talk in the microphone? People in the audience can hear.
This microphone?
Thank you.
Okay. And I have looked into assessment of the property that is scheduled to be transferred to the company and other buildings that are in the neighborhood. The neighborhood entirely is a residential area and mostly 1 or 2 story houses, some occupied by the owners, some rentals. Immediately to the east of this property, there is a building that is at the corner of a Lincoln Way and Riverside. I obtained a copy of the city's assessment This is from the records of the city. And my calculations are based on what's in here. I do not assume any responsibility for the accuracy of them. It is city assessor's work. This property, as you can see, it is assessed. The value of a property is based on two things. What is the land worth and what is the building worth? The building is assessed for $151,000. The size of that building is 1,720 square feet. If you make the division, you come up with a figure $87.38 per square foot. This building was built based on the record in 1997. The land of that property is assessed for $50,300. The size of it is 10,500 square feet. Again, if you make the division, you come up with a value of $4.79 per square foot of land. There is a notation on the second page of evaluation, which I have it written down under C. It says low quality finish. The assessor, above and beyond measuring it, makes a judgment as to how expensive or how inexpensive a structure that is. I want to leave that and go to the property in question that we want to transfer. This is again from city assessor. In here, since the property is owned by the city, assessment is meaningless because the city doesn't tax itself. It's a waste of time. The one and only figure in here that I got is the size of the lot, which measures 21,700 square feet. Now, doing a few more calculations, if we assume that the proposed property for sale has the same structural value per square foot, the building measures 24 by 42, which comes up to 1,008 square feet. If we assume this brick building is worth the same as the structure immediately to it at the corner of Lincoln Way and Riverside, we come up with a value of $88,079 for the structure itself.
Could you, excuse me, could you, you're almost at 5 minutes. Could you please bring your comments to conclusion? I think we can read your math. So can you make your closing points or your request to council, please?
Now, what is the land worth? The land is 21,780 square feet. And if we take the same $4.79 per square foot, it comes to 104,326. If you add the two, it would come to $192,405. Now, a brick building is far more expensive to build than a wooden one. I called 3 construction companies asking them, what is the cost of building an average type of a building wooden structure today? They told me the price is about $180 per square foot. That's a new building. I asked, what is the cost of building a brick covered building? They had no idea because we don't do it. They
Yes,
said.
I'm sorry. We have a lot of things going on. Like, could you just please draw your comments to your close? I'm going to presume that you're assuming or you're stating that the building value is much higher than what the agreed to price is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
I'm sorry, would you please bring your comments to a close in about 15 seconds? Just make your closing comments.
well, if we divide the proposed offer by the value that we got from adding the price of the land and the building, you see that the offer we are being given is 11 cents on the dollar. This is closer to a giveaway than a sale, in my opinion.
Okay.
Now, there was one building built last year. It was a brick covered garage built on the property of Collegiate United Methodist Church. It is 36 larger than this building, and the cost was $210,000.
I think the council understands your point, and we do appreciate it.
Now, I have given some thought about as to what should be done with this building that is not an eyesore and something that is out of character. And my mind told me that since the city tries to build inexpensive houses for the first-time buyers that do not have a great deal of money, maybe this building could be converted to a dwelling given to somebody that doesn't have much resources without changing the character of the neighborhood or substantially giving it away, excuse me, for a nominal price. In here, I think the numbers speak for themselves. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer it.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment. I would ask the audience please to refrain from clapping. We don't. That's not necessary. Thank you. Brian, you want to just address how this building value is determined?
We asked Metronet to obtain an independent appraisal, and they did so using an appraiser out of the Des Moines area. The appraiser evaluated the structure and the land, and basically came to the conclusion that, this property, the property has a value in the neighborhood of $90,000 to $100,000 if there was nothing on it, right? If it was a green space, but it's not a green space. It has a lot of things on it, and to take it down to a green space, as the city has come to the same conclusion, would cost substantially more than what you would get out of it. So the appraiser said that was not a valid method of determining what the value is of the property, and then looked at comparable sales. There are not a lot of similar small industrial type structures like this, but on a square footage basis, this is about 1,000 square foot building. The appraiser found that it's worth approximately $20 a square foot. So came to the conclusion that the value of the building is $21,600 as is. Okay. All right, public.
John, if I could, just one statement. Mr. Fritti, I hope that encourages you that the city did do its due diligence with respect to the pricing. And we just appreciate the fact that you took the time, you paid attention, you ran some numbers, you bothered to show up, and we appreciate that.
Is there anyone else that wants to address council on this particular topic on the sale of the property? No. Okay. And I would ask you limit your comments, please, to 3 minutes.
I didn't get here in time to fill my card out prior to, but
Thank you.
well,
You introduce yourself, Daryl, please, and your address, and then you can go ahead.
my name's Daryl Reeves. I live at 3108 Northwood Drive, Ames, Iowa.
Thank you.
I'd like to state for the record that I'm not opposed to the Metronet project. I think we need better internet names. I just think I have some questions about how we arrived here. I was here at the zoning meeting, and the representative from Metronet stated in that meeting that the city contacted him, in contrast to what staff stated here tonight, that they were contacted by Metronet. And I asked when I had a chance to speak, who from the city contacted them, and I never have received an answer about that. Second, I believe at the October 7th council meeting, there was a resolution, and I may not be correct about this, but there was a feasibility study discussed. The staff was charged with doing one, and I don't believe it was ever done. And I'm asking that question, was it done?
It's in process.
So the feasibility study's in the process, but we're moving forward with Metronet.
Well,
It's covering a completely different, it's
why
not.
don't you finish your comments, and we'll answer your questions.
Okay, all right. And my third point was, and I think it was answered. It just seems odd that a purchaser gets to do their own appraisal on a property that they're purchasing. So I just think we may be rushing this whole process. I think it seems like in the discussions I read in the council minutes that there was some discussion about Ames actually starting their own internet service and funding that and having something that produced money. I mean, clearly it's a profitable business, or Metronet wouldn't be here on our doorstep wanting to put it in Ames. So why haven't we done a feasibility study to see if Ames could support such a business and provide that service to our own citizens? That's all my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian, you want to talk? First question was Metronet states that ZBA, that city contacted them, and you just talk about that for a second.
So the idea of this particular property serving as their hut was generated in a discussion with city staff that we had about a number of issues related to their deployment. That's the kind of discussion we've had. We've had a number of those types of discussions where we're trying to address particular issues, things related to how they're going to attach to city electric poles. How are they going to submit their applications for right-of-way construction? How are we going to manage that? How are we going to accommodate their underground utility locates at the pace that they're going to request them? So we are having regular meetings with Metronet to talk about that, because this is a project of a scale that we do not regularly deal with. So the concept of this property came up in a discussion when we were trying to sort through issues related to their initially proposed hut site east of Duff Avenue. So it was in that discussion.
It would just seem that maybe the perception is the city reached out to try and sell them this piece of property, whereas what I'm hearing you say is, and I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but sure, it's in the context of a conversation you're having about many things regarding them coming to town.
Yes, and I should be clear, city staff certainly can't sell property without the council's approval. And we instructed Metronet that if they wanted to take that conversation any further to pursue that property, they needed to write a letter to the council and express their interest and ask that city staff work on the details of it. Metronet did that. The council requested further information, further detail from staff about what that meant. We produced a memo detailing out their proposal to purchase the property. And the council then said, okay, now proceed further with the potential transaction. We set a date of hearing. We went through that process. So all the steps that we would take have been directed. We have been authorized to do those steps.
Feasibility study, October 7th. We're going to talk about that for a second, explain what's going on.
Right. So intertwined with this discussion with Metronet over the past 10 months or so has been the notion whether the city should pursue its own city-operated internet utility. As Metronet has announced its plans to come into the community, we have talked with the council on a number of occasions about the prospect of what it would take to pursue our own internet utility. Those two things are independent, I think, at this point. The council has directed us to prepare an RFP for an internet consultant who will help us evaluate a spectrum of alternatives to improve internet service in the community. One of the potential paths of that might be more towards the private sector improving their service. The other direction that we could go is to pursue in more detail a city-operated internet utility. So we have that direction. We are working on developing the scope of services for that. We will bring that to the city council so that you can decide whether to authorize us to issue the RFP and pursue hiring a consultant.
Yeah, I think I just want to clarify that the point is that whether or not the city decides to or not to pursue after being its own internet provider, it's a free market. Metronet can come and install their system. The ABC company can come and do their system. It's whoever they want to. So the point is that Metronet it was made very clear to them that the city is going to be doing this study. They still chose on their own volition. They're not here at our invitation. They're not here because we want them to come. We're not paying them anything. Correct?
To be in the Ames community?
Yeah. No. So the point is that it's a free business enterprise that they're doing, and it's not regulated. So consequently, they're free to come in and do that. So, but we're still proceeding with this study to try. You have an RFP out. We soon should be seeing some results of that. That would still can independently conduct that and see if that's of interest or not. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And the last thing is, can you comment on purchaser doing their own appraisal? Or can you or anybody else offer an opinion on that? Or?
Well, I mean, the cost of the appraisal is not a cost that we were interested in absorbing. This is their project, not ours. So we have different processes to dispose of different types of city properties. So we frequently dispose of right-of-way to adjacent property owners. We have a process and a formula for how that works, so we don't appraise the right-of-way. If we're disposing of it to an adjacent property owner, there's a formula, and we follow the steps in that formula and then can dispose of it. We have a process that's pretty well regimented for city, disposal of houses. This is not a house and this is not right-of-way, so the best place to start seemed to be to have an appraisal performed on the property to evaluate what the market would value this property at.
All right, public hearing is still open. Is anyone else wants to address council or going to close hearing? I'll take it. Thank you. And given the amount of time we spend this, is it possible, Joe, to?
Okay, I'll be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think a lot of the.
I'm sorry, would you introduce
Yeah,
yourself?
my name is Joe
And
Reese.
your
I live at
address,
114 South Riverside Drive.
Thank you.
My house is basically across the street from Riverside from where this property is located. I think a lot of the concerns that I had coming into tonight's meeting have already been addressed. There are, however, a few outstanding issues, one of which would relate to proposed landscaping and concerns about high water and flooding. I've lived in this neighborhood since 2005. In that time, I've experienced 3 of what would be considered 100-year floods. All 3 of them completely isolated the bridge across Lincoln Way. In the presentation last week at Planning and Zoning, MetroNet had an illustration of a fence, which I believe was going to go 18 feet from the property. And that would actually have been impacted by at least 2 of those flood events. I went out and measured the sites, and so I have there for council. Apologize, I didn't put it up. I'll give these to you guys so you can take a look at them. But there are the highlighted signs are 8, 16, and 24 feet. The 24-foot sign is about 2, maybe. It's significantly lower as that slope starts to go down. That the original fence piece would hit basically where that junction box is, and that would have kind of been in the water at that point in time. Knowing that there's more development upstream on Squaw Creek, I'm wondering what, and that the flood events are likely to get worse as time goes on. I'm wondering what impact that would have if you get another foot of water and there's water inside that building. And so I'm wondering if MetroNet has made arrangements for that, or if that would be something of concern. I am in favor. I believe this site has much more potential to be developed and could truly be a great thing for the city of Ames, marking a transition from campus through the old neighborhood there between campus and IDOT and kind of the heart of the business district of Ames. And that proposal like Catherine's holds much greater potential for being a unifying piece for that, possibly having access to the stream and being more of a public benefit, creating neighborhood, creating more of that atmosphere that was alluded to and kind of pointed to in the Lincoln Way Corridor project. And I also believe that there are better locations, safer locations for MetroNet to put their internet hub in more of a business area in Ames, possibly strengthening their connections with the business community, going into partnership with some of those business owners that, whether it's the Lincoln Center Hy-Vee area, businesses to the east or businesses to the northwest of Lincoln Way and Grand, the auto repair places and Hess Printing and some of the others that are in that area. I think those areas would be much better suited for this type of business development, and it would also provide them more safety from flood events in the future and better publicity because you have more business being conducted in that area than my idea, or at least my understanding is, will be going by this as the Lincoln Way Corridor is completed and traffic restrictions and lane diets go into effect and becomes more pedestrian walkway. So,
Thank you, Joe.
and there are members in the neighborhood that would love to get something that's 11 cents on the dollar, because I know there are several other folks that were interested in buying the property when we realized it was becoming available.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, I'm Jackie DeLay, and I live at 129 South Russell Avenue. And I just have a couple concerns. Well, actually, I have a few, but I would say 2 primary concerns about the sale of this property. It seems to me like we're kind of rushing into this sale without fully thinking about what the implications are for the future. And so I would just urge you to maybe slow down a little bit and look at what those implications are. I think I agree that the goal of having fast, efficient internet service for Ames is a very important goal. So I guess there's 2 things. If this property is essential for the development of that goal, why are we considering selling this to MetroNet when we haven't fully explored the option of the citywide internet, the city program? My parents live in Cedar Falls, Iowa. They have a very good city service plan. It is a source of actually pride for the community, and it has been nationally recognized on several occasions. So I would think that you'd be a little bit reluctant to sell the property off to another internet provider without exploring the option for Ames itself. Because if this property is so essential for them, isn't it true it could also be essential for Ames and its development of an internet service? So if there are a limited number of properties for which this is a possibility, maybe it would be a good idea to wait until we decide whether the city service is a possibility or not. The other thing is, if it's decided that maybe another property would be just as valuable for, developing these services, that would open up this property to development for the Lincoln Corridor Plan to make it something that is more beautiful. It is right on the corner there, right next to the creek, and it's right sort of on the crossroads of where you go from Lincoln Way to Iowa State or going the other direction towards downtown. So it's a very central location, and it could be made into something much more beautiful, I think, with landscaping and so forth. So I see that there could be two different ways to go with this property, or many others, as Catherine suggested. I think, many people in the community would also like it to be perhaps something cultural or artistic, an art studio or some other thing. So I think if we slow down a little bit and look at the other possibilities, it seems to me like this has been somewhat almost assumed that this property would be sold to Metronet. At least coming from as a community member, what we see is just this is happening. And it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of consideration about the feasibility study for the citywide service or for the implications for the Lincoln Corridor and its objectives of making that corridor more beautiful for Ames. So I would just urge you to consider the other implications of this and other options. It just seems like Metronet is getting a prime deal at a very, very good rate that has implications for the city that may not be intended. And if we decide not to go with a city plan, perhaps then it would be something to look into for selling to Metronet. But I would just urge you to not preemptively discount that option. I think that is something that should be considered. Thank you very much.
Did you wish to speak?
Yes.
Is there anybody else besides this gentleman that wishes to speak on this topic? Okay, you'll be the last presenter, Again, if you would please try and condense your comments to 3 minutes.
Sure, I will. Yeah,
you.
Joe. My name is Joe Munch. I live at 304 North Riverside Drive, so 3 blocks up the street. I describe myself as a proud Ames boy. I'm standing in my former junior high school right now. The site importance, I'd say this is not a generic isolated industrial site situated outside of the city. It's a prominent and strategically important Ames location. This unusual site overlooks beautiful Squaw Creek, Iowa State, and sits directly on a historic and prominent crossroads between Old Town Ames and Campus Town. It is a valuable asset for those reasons. If it is to be sold at a bargain rate to a for-profit outside company, the citizens of Ames should benefit, not just the business. They will make money from it for years to come. Prime real estate in Ames will only become scarcer and increase in value. Perhaps the land and building should be leased rather than sold, maintaining control of this asset, have choices and profit from it as the city grows in the future. Perhaps more time and consideration will result in other satisfying proposals. Once sold, it's sold and sets a precedent for future activity. Catherine Knight, I believe, made good points. The Metronet proposal does seem to be rushed and well down the pipeline at this point. It's talked about as if it's a done deal, and the appraisal is in question. Her idea of an art studio coming from the arts, I believe this requires really solid definition. It's hard to tell exactly what she proposes to do in this structure. Her vision does seem to have some very strong goals. It coordinates with the city and the Lincoln Way and corridor improvements. It engages with the neighborhood and community in ways that Metronet Metronet will not. A value cannot be placed on these intangible enhancements for the growth of the community. Zoning should be examined and discussed as in regards to her proposal. Again, Metronet, I see as for-profit and needs a hut. Everything on that site is tailor-made for it, so it should have great value to them. But it does not require this location. How will it enhance the community in the same way? The question I had was about signage. If they were to put it up, if it exists, what would this look like? How prominent? I would have them consider a move elsewhere. So,
Thank you. All right, we'll close public hearing. Council? Or let's see, any questions that,
I was gonna make a motion on the landscaping bit. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you want to have a discussion first, or not?
Maybe
questions.
two,
Go
I
ahead.
have two questions. First of all, I really appreciate the public input tonight. I thought people were very organized and thoughtful in their comments, so I appreciate that. From Jackie's comments, one question I had, if in the event, if we could speculate and we decide to move forward with the municipal internet, she raises I think, an interesting question of whether we are forfeiting a location that would benefit the city broadly if we were to go down that route. So there are different ways in which municipal internet is provided. Is it possible that we would benefit from this location if we were to use a municipal internet?
I think that's difficult to say. I mean, this particular location works with Metronet's planned infrastructure deployment. I don't know that we could say that if the city pursued an internet service that it would fulfill the need for us in the same way. Not knowing exactly how we would design such a system, I think that would be difficult. I think we also the timing would be different. I think it's impossible to say at this point.
Okay, so it's speculative, but it certainly forecloses the question if we sell the property. A point that Joe made that I thought was interesting, was there ever an exploration of leasing the property instead of an outright sale?
No, that didn't come up in the discussion.
We were already planning to.
Their request to you in their letter was to purchase it. So that's where.
He did ask a question about signage, and I don't remember seeing anything in the staff report about that. Would there be limitations that they would have on signage at this location?
Yeah, so the sign code's based on what zoning district you are in. So it's UCRM as a residential zone, so it's very limited signage. As far as I know, the general allowance is 2 square feet, which is what every property that's zoned residential gets. So there might be some other exception I'm not familiar with, but that's your basic allowance in a residential zone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for staff?
Yeah, I have one. So what happens, it's not really an if, but when like there is flooding in the area, and I guess this isn't for staff, but I just feel like what is the effect of if there is flooding? Because I think that's important, because like if there is a foot of water in the area and that could cause some like damage, I think that's part of the discussion of where its location is, and I think that's important. It was brought up a few times. So
our codes that we have in place across the city and as applied to this property, the building itself is not within the 100-year floodplain, and that is the regulatory environment we have established for the city. In actuality, it's much higher than the 100-year floodplain. So when the city modeled flood events in 2014, we concluded our citywide flood mitigation study project, which looked at not just normal FEMA expectations for flooding, but we went above and beyond and modeled the storm events from 2010 and other events to kind of get a much better feel. It's a unique project the city did, which is very informational. It's all available on the city website if you want to review that. This site is still beyond that 500-year floodplain. So when I was looking at this, just to give you some numbers, and that was modeled, right? So it's taking into account rain events that were assumed in that model and the topography of the area. So while we were sitting here, I looked it up. The base flood elevation of Squaw Creek here is between 898 and 897. The building itself sits at an 80, I'm sorry, where'd it go? Sits at a 902 to a 904, so about 903 is the elevation there. So we would, if you were in the floodplain, we'd expect you to be 3 feet higher than base flood elevation, which would be 890. So they're another foot to 2 feet higher than that. So from what I'm getting to is our normal regulatory environment would say, we'll never say water will never touch anything. You cannot predict that. Mm-hmm. Our normal system would say this building is protected better than most buildings near a floodplain because it's not even in the floodplain. So I think that's a question for any occupant that abuts a waterway. Are you comfortable with your exposure risk? We'll calculate risk for you, but we can't promise you anything. And you have to make a decision about whether you carry flood insurance or not based on your desire, your interests, and what you want to protect on your property.
That makes a lot of sense. Based on the discussion, the risk appeared to be much higher than it seems like it is in actuality.
So that it drops off very quickly. So the far west side of the property is exposed to all of those things, but the city's building itself is not.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the last question, Kelly, is that for me is keep talking about this valuable assets, prime real estate. I think I heard you say, I mean, first of all, there is a lot of buried utilities around this that have to stay in place, right? There's easements that have to be in place.
It was in the back. Keep drawing.
Here's this one from the plat. Retracement survey.
This is the proposed one.
So the short answer is yes. We're retaining a number of easements over the property that are encumbrances. This probably isn't the most colorful drawing, but it doesn't show everything that we have. Yeah.
This is the proposed water main easement to remain. I don't have the drawing that has.
So essentially where you see the arrow, that's unusable land. South of that area is additional unusable land because of electric easements. To the east is a shared access easement that restricts all structures on the east side of the property. And then you get into the floodplain and the floodway, and we're asking for a stormwater, what do we call it? A drainage surface water flowage and water main easement. So that's giving us the right to come into Squaw Creek and do maintenance even after we sell it. So the property they're getting that is useful is essentially where the hut is, and that probably 18-ish feet of land west of the hut, and then the front yard.
And if theoretically, if someone were to buy it and tear it down, they also have to abide by all these easements, correct?
Yeah. So anybody that acquired this property, this is what we would expect from the sale. These would be conditions we would want to put on it to ensure city interests are covered.
Yeah. And also, there's also a front yard setback, correct?
Yeah, so the current building after dedication of right-of-way will be about a 40-foot setback to the existing building. The zoning district require a minimum of 25.
So can you point out where that approximately might be? That building is supposedly 42 feet, so.
Probably about there.
So it'd be the other direction for the setback towards Lincoln Way. I think on the site plan, the building is approximately 62 feet from the sidewalk. We're going to take 20 feet for right-of-way, so it'll be 40 feet after we dedicate right-of-way. So it's 62 feet from the sidewalk right now.
And that's a 1,000 square foot building.
Yes. Roughly. I think it's 1,010 or something like that.
And there would also be side, I mean, I'm just trying to get to the point is that the actual usable, buildable area, if someone were to buy it, first of all, they have to incur costs to demolish it, not damage any utilities. And the leftover square footage is probably about 2,000 square foot total of buildable area because of all limitations of utilities and setbacks and easements. And because we have to, there's active mains there, there's active easements. So the point is, I understand that I'm just trying to make sure we get all the same information, all on the same page, is that this is not much development potential, really. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2000 is probably in the ballpark. I mean, when we looked at it, if there was nothing here, could you build a livable home on it? Yes. Is it easy to configure? No, but you could do it. How you configure it with a garage and everything's maybe another story. But yes, you could build a home on this if it was a clear site.
And where's the bridge abutment stop, or where's the railings and all that stuff stop? Isn't that?
Well, that'll be covered in the right-of-way acquisition up front. So the bridge abutment does come into this area here.
Yeah. So someone who let's just say you had a driveway and you're pulling your car out, you'd be pulling it out right next to where the bridge ended.
Maybe the aerial might help show that better. So we have that shared driveway with the duplex to the east, which is, they kind of cross over.
So they would have to use something like that. In other words,
That's the only place you're allowed to have a driveway is where it exists today. And then because of that easement, we have to maintain it, even though we would never permit that today.
So I'm just trying to, as you start parsing the site, it's very limited in terms of what the development potential is.
I would agree. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any further questions for staff?
Can I do my landscaping thing?
Fire away.
Yeah, I would move that we add a covenant to the sale that requires MetroNet to come up to code on the landscaping on this property.
Second. So I'm wondering why we're adding a
Yeah.
covenant when we haven't approved the sale yet?
Well, we added one to prohibit a tower. And
No,
so,
but we haven't. There hasn't been a motion to sell the property to Metro.
I understand. If we do,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
sorry.
If you do.
If we do, I'm just saying that, yeah, that was how we
Right.
So can I know where you're going with that.
Sure.
Because of the easement, I don't think technically you could comply with certain landscaping requirements on the east property line.
Could I say that rather than coming up to code, landscaping
So I'd
that
say
meets
include
staff's.
front yard landscaping
Okay,
and additional enhancements for the visibility of the structure as viewed from the parks to the west, maybe. So you're getting the vantage point of Lincoln Way frontage, and then you could probably add some additional landscaping on the west side of the building
okay,
as it relates to the trail that we have on the west side of
all right.
Squaw Creek.
So I would do that then. I'd move that
To comply with front yard landscaping requirements and to add additional landscaping to screen the site from the west.
From the west.
But that's going to give staff discretion there.
Perfect, thank you.
Still second.
Could you clarify?
Got
I'm not
that
sure I
in.
understand, Broman, what we're doing. Is this a covenant or an ordinance, or what is it we're doing?
I was just
It's like a condition of
the
sale.
condition of
almost.
sale. We'll call
Would
it that.
Yeah, so would it be sufficient to treat this as a condition of sale, or would staff recommend this as a covenant?
Well, it's sort of a funny condition of sale because there's no way to enforce it in the future. So I'm not exactly sure what this
I mean, they've
means.
said they're willing to do it. I'm trying to have some way to assure the neighborhood that it will in
Give
fact
certainty.
get done.
And I'm with you.
give
I'm just trying to
certainty.
figure out the mechanism for
Sure,
that.
that's fine. Whatever we want to call it, it's fine.
Mark wants to speak to it.
I mean, if
Could
you
I-
install landscaping consistent with the zoning ordinance, you're obligated to maintain landscaping consistent with the zoning ordinance. You can be cited as municipal infraction if you are required to plant parking lot trees or front yard trees or shrubs and they're not there. Single family homes don't have that requirement. Other types of property do.
Okay.
So from a procedure standpoint, Mark, it seems to me, and I understand what Tim is saying, that it would be more appropriate to pass a resolution on whether or not they want to pass or we vote on resolution on conveyance of property. And then they could have a follow-up motion that would
Why can't I
also
just
add.
do what David did though? With the tower.
I understand. I'm just trying to make sure we get the procedures right.
But David was making a motion to put a covenant on the property as part of the sale. And I think we can deal with what you want to deal with without having it be a covenant. It seems like kind of an odd thing to put
Okay.
as in a covenant.
What's a better word? You got a noun that I should use instead? Requirement?
We have one suggestion that might help
Fix everything.
this along.
Thank you.
Instead of delegating, and this is talking with Brian, instead of delegating all of the authority and the conditions to staff to execute the sale, you could direct staff to come back with the final terms of the sale, including the site plan that would reflect the conditions that you've given us, so that way you know exactly what it is. And if you embrace that, then we can finish the sale rather than delegate it. If you don't want to do that, you can write out these conditions, then staff has to apply them before it's sold. And we vary, my limited experience, we kind of vary on whether the sale happens before the project's complete versus when the
Right.
project's complete. It kind of, we don't have a set way of doing that.
Okay, so you're saying instead of what I moved?
You want to withdraw your motion or not?
Sure, yeah, I'll withdraw it.
What I'm trying to say is all of the conditions that you're interested in applying to the property, direct them to staff, but bring the final sale agreement or however we want to call that back to you for approval, so you can see the exhibits or the execution of that condition by Metronet.
Okay.
Would that follow after a resolution on the basis they would vote in favor of the resolution to sell it, and then you'd add that, Mark, or what would you recommend? Procedurally. Or part of the motion?
We're not asking you to do that. We're asking you to direct staff to come back with an agreement that will reflect the covenant and the landscaping.
Prior to passing a resolution on the sale?
So we-
Yes,
Either.
we do that
Yeah.
on another date.
We're holding it up. We're holding it up.
Gotcha.
now.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't have another hearing.
I
It
misread
would just be
How
an
does-
item on the agenda so that you can
Huh?
see what it
This
is.
final site plan.
Kind of like seeing a site plan, yeah.
We close the hearing?
What's that?
Yeah, the hearing's closed.
I mean, the hearing is
So
closed.
you've met your procedural requirement to have the hearing, right?
So that isn't the action of motion to direct us to come back with a sale agreement reflecting the covenant on the tower and also landscaping, or anything else you want to add to that?
Right, so it'd
Well,
be
the
sort of.
attorney will draft the agreement to come back for you
We're
to
not
actually look at
approving this
before you
now.
make
Direct.
the final decision to sell.
That's fine. So I can move that we direct staff to bring back to council a sales agreement on the property at 1420 Lincoln Way to Metronet for $21,600, contingent upon front yard landscaping, additional screening to the west, and the motion that was passed earlier
About the no tower.
about the tower,
Barring towers.
right? Second.
And all the previously directed conditions about ease, everything else that staff was going to do,
Yeah.
right? Anyway.
Right.
Right.
I was just saying the additional ones tonight.
Yep.
Second.
All right, move and
So-
second.
Okay, so now my question is that different from the alternatives that we have that start with approve the sale?
Yes.
Because
It's,
Yes.
we
Yes.
still haven't
I
approved
didn't
the
move
sale.
option one.
You're not going to approve the sale tonight. You're going to ask us to come back with.
Okay, so it's but I'm concerned about how this appears. I want us to be able to say whether we're interested in selling or not.
I
Because
think
some
if
of
you
us
vote
might
for this
not be.
motion, you're interested in selling.
Well, I might be interested in seeing those things applied if the property were sold, but since we haven't decided whether it's going to be sold yet,
this
you
is,
see, I'm in a little bit of a spot here because I don't actually support this sale because I don't think it's in the spirit of the Lincoln Way corridor plan. Because I feel that if we sell this, we are not reducing curb cuts on Lincoln Way. We're not creating a local gateway or point of pride. So I've got reservations based on that.
My
So-
motion is for staff to bring back a sales agreement with Metronet with the conditions attached that I said. So I think if you're against the sale, you would not vote for it.
Right.
Okay, so that's fine.
Okay. All right, anyone understand the motion? Even though it's not required, let's just do a roll call.
aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you for everyone that came this evening. And we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, item 41, hearing on sale of 1417 Douglas Avenue. Does anyone have any questions for staff on this particular topic? All right, I'd entertain a motion on resolution approving conveyance of I'm sorry. I declare the public hearing on the sale of 1417 Douglas Avenue to be open. Is there anyone who wishes to address council on this particular topic? Sorry. I declare the public hearing on the sale of 1417 Douglas Avenue to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on item number 41 this evening? We'll write you down.
Sorry. I was just trying to quickly find it. My name's Chris Conmey, and I live at 1321 Douglas Avenue, which is about 5 houses south of it. And I just wanted to give my public support for the sale to mainstream living. And I think it would be a great thing for our neighborhood. That's all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's nice of you to come and give an affirmation like that.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to address council on this particular topic?
That's nice.
Declare public hearing to be closed. Entertain motion on resolution approving conveyance of property to mainstream living in the amount of $36,012 with stipulations.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Abstain.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 42, hearing on Durham bandshell lighting electrical upgrades. Does anyone have questions for staff that are here? If you have anything for them? All right, hearing none. I declare the public hearing on the Durham bandshell lighting and electrical upgrades to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this particular topic? Seeing none, close public hearing. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding contract to Jasper Electric Incorporated in the amount of $136,500.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Wait, it's alternate two, right?
Aye.
Yo,
What are we?
I'm just following it.
Aye?
What do you pause us for?
What are you doing?
Yep, you're right. Go ahead, we didn't do that one. Just testing, see if you were listening. I wasn't, sorry.
You think we're on a different item?
Yeah. Whoops.
Are you done disrupting our council meeting?
It happens.
Just checking.
It happens.
Yeah.
Did we all vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we need a break.
All right, item 43. I declare the public hearing on the HVAC project for Cyride to be open. Is there anyone that wants to address council on this topic? Seeing none, close public hearing. Do you have any questions for staff on the motion to reject all bids and directing staff to rebid? All right, entertain a motion rejecting all bids and directing staff to rebid the project.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Okay, recognizing that the next item is going to be a long item discussion as well too. Let's take a 10-minute recess and we will be back in session at 8:25.
Yeah.
I get Susan the chicken.
All right, we're back in session. We have several items yet on the agenda that are going to take quite a bit of conversation. So I guess this is a democracy. How many people are here for the 2040 plan? Okay.
Kelly, put
Kelly,
your hand
come
down.
Kelly raised his hand.
Yeah.
How many
Staff.
how many for the Champlain?
Kelly, just raise your hand on everything.
Everybody else? Yeah, okay. All right. I don't normally do this, but I'm going to I constantly want to ask for an adjustment in the agenda. I like to move Champlain and Lloyd and 321 State up and do 2040 plan after that. There's a lot of people here, and the 2040 plan has a lot of council conversation. Not that people aren't interested in that, but I'm anticipating that could take at least 45 minutes. So with your permission, I'm going to move them up. So we're going to move to item number 45. We'll come back to item 44 after we finish item 46. So, and that's a little bit of a change for the staff. So Eloise, are you in charge of this one, or?
I'm support staff, but here I am. Ellie will chime in if need be.
Kelly's sleeping.
Good evening. This is a request for initiation of the Champlain Lloyd Farm annexation along Dartmoor Road. We received a petition from the Champlain Lloyd property owners requesting that 145, just over 145 acres of their acreage being annexed into the city. The property is located on the southwest portion of the city.
Desktop PC button.
So the property is located to the southwest part of the city. This up here is US 30. This is State Avenue over here. The red line indicates the current city boundaries. The hatched area indicates the part that was requested to be annexed. This portion over here that's stippled is indicating an island that would be created by the requested annexation if it were to move forward as requested. And so I'll be mentioning those things. This particular property does currently have access to both sanitary, sewer, and water connections that are stubbed to their property lines. The site does not have paved roads. Dartmoor Road is not paved, and Zumwalt Station is not paved. Those would require improvements at the time of development. There's not been a developer identified, but they're interested in annexing primarily with the purpose of trying to sell their land, but there's no development plan or developer identified at this point in time. Their request includes a 50-foot strip along this northern boundary so that the peninsula that's over here that's known as Meadow Glen could be left in the county. And the acreage is not large enough to mandate the annexation of that large area. But because of this island over here, instead of 100% voluntary annexation, if it were to proceed as submitted, it would be an 80-20 annexation to allow those properties to be brought in. Of those 3 properties, we have a covenant with the Johnson property. It was formerly under different ownership when the covenant was agreed to. And of course, the state of Iowa would be a consenting property owner, which would just leave the Coy property that's about a 1-acre piece as a non-consenting property. Additionally, well, I will mention that staff contacted property owners that were adjacent. It was not required at this time to contact anybody because this is not a public hearing. And there is opportunity for 3 public hearings during the annexation process, but that would follow. Tonight is to get a direction from you as to how you want us to proceed with this request. But as a courtesy, staff did contact the Powers, the Hausners, Carlton, Appleton, Coy, and Johnson. Staff did not contact the 5 property owners and the island that's further to the east. And so when we analyze the property boundaries and acreages and so forth, one alternative we presented to you is the one with including the Coy, State of Iowa, Johnson properties. The second one is also including those 5 properties to the east that make up just less than 10 acres, primarily because the state of Iowa prohibits islands, although we have an island. That island has been there a long time. And actually, there's some history that 25 years ago, Story County looked to have it incorporated into the city. And the City Development Board at that time, 25 years ago, made a determination that they would not require it and they would allow it to remain an island. One thing we did want to mention is the configuration of this annexation, if it were to proceed, is a little bit jagged on the north. And but it does allow that peninsula to remain in the county, but it could possibly mean that that would remain in the county indefinitely or even forever, unless there were just a huge number of property owners in that area that at some time in the future would request annexation. But at this point in time, that seems very unlikely that that would ever occur. So it's important to consider the implications of what this would have for the future for the city, we're actually making what's a peninsula already an even larger peninsula for the foreseeable future. The city is not obligated to financially participate in any improvements to the property, and the annexation petition is not requesting any of those things to be addressed. There's no annexation agreement or anything. And so any decision on improvements would be deferred until there's a rezoning request. Staff believes that proceeding with the annexation process as proposed is acceptable, with the understanding that the city that there's unlikely development to occur to the south because of ISU and state of Iowa lands, and just understanding the constraints of what this would create. Although staff did recommend alternative 2, which is the inclusion of all of the properties mentioned, which would total 160.7 acres. Staff also does support alternative 1 if it would be the city's determination to not include the island to the east. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Eloise. Questions for Eloise?
I have a couple questions. First, I think I heard you say that if we were to initiate annexation of any combination tonight, then there would be 3 public hearings in our future. Could you summarize those for us, please?
Yes. So the first step after, if you do proceed with initiating the annexation tonight, the first step would be for staff to meet with the County Board of Supervisors. And then after that, noticing for a public hearing before the P&Z, the Planning and Zoning Commission. That meeting would be followed by a public hearing with the City Council. And then the final public hearing would be before the City Development Board.
I see. So multiple hearings, just not all before City Council.
Right.
Thanks. And my other question is just sort of trying to understand how this works in an interim. If we were to finalize an annexation of land like this that has some houses on it, not many, but some, so they're now part of the city, but we haven't built any new streets, there's no new infrastructure, no fire hydrants built into these neighborhoods. What happens if someone in one of those homes dials 911 because there's a fire? How does that work?
So once you're in city jurisdiction, our police and our fire would respond to the call. In discussion with the fire chief, we still would be the first responder. We have the capability of knocking down the fire upon the initial response. That's part of the trucks that we have that we can serve people with. Large fires are what we use the fire hydrants and the water main system for to control, but most fires are able to be controlled with that initial response. And then if there was a long-term need, that's where we make a mutual aid call out to other people to respond to a rural fire. So it's not that we don't serve them. We definitely provide much higher quality medical response than anybody else. And we also provide initial fire response.
And the equipment that we have to use in a circumstance like that is comparable to the sort of equipment that would be available through mutual aid, or are they different?
Two different types, and you're going a little beyond my knowledge. So this is in conversation with the fire chief. Our equipment we first respond to is to knock down, control the fire, get people out of the structure. Our response time would be very quick from station 2 to this area. It's if there was a large structure fire and you have to fight a large area, that's when the mutual aid call comes in, and that's when other equipment is brought that has water tanks and things that you can fight large fires with.
All right,
and that's to control structure damage rather than save lives.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but Meadow Glen, by going forward with the annexation tonight, does this really foreclose forever the possibility of bringing Meadow Glen in? Are there any
So-
possible scenarios that would allow us to force in Meadow Glen? I guess that's my question.
So about a year ago, you had an interest from a developer in the McKay property further to the west, and the Champlins approached the city at that same time saying, we're interested in pursuing development. Yeah, so this will help a little bit. And at that point, you told Champlins, wait, if McKay is viable, we may be interested in combining everything together. It would be all contiguous at that point. And that was enough acreage to fill in this peninsula and close it up and make uniform boundaries. So our estimation is if you proceed with the Champlin, it's very difficult to predict that large of an acreage coming in and necessitating the annexation of Meadow Glen to proceed with development. It is possible, but it'd be a substantial amount of acreage. So the McKay property is roughly 250 acres. This is 150-ish. So you're talking in that range of 400 acres, which is a very large annexation for Ames.
And so I apologize, I should have looked at this a little more in the beginning. Was there any discussion of trying to do a project now with the McKay farm and Champlin to force in Meadow Glen?
So that was the conversation you had in early June, that because McKay was not that developer decided they couldn't pursue the project right now, there is no pending McKay annexation requests. So there's no way for us to say proceed with an annexation and combine it with the Champlin one.
Did anyone reach out to the McKay
in the last
family?
2 weeks? No.
So I'm just throwing this out as a possible consideration in our analysis tonight. I hate to foreclose an opportunity
And
to bring Meadow Glen in.
the linkage there was having ISU be a consenting participant in that annexation. That was the key piece in the middle.
Yeah, that's a question I have, is that if, let's just say that council decides they want to go forward with or support this, walk us through, if McKay in the future wants to come in, what does that look like in terms of the boundaries, and does the Southwest one area, because you'd have to keep that 50-foot buffer strip open, wouldn't you, in order
Yeah.
to?
So what happens, and this is, so the McKay land, so that area along 240th Street, which is kind of off the map here. You see the intersection at 240th with South Dakota Avenue near the interchange up there. So what we're talking about, if you're not familiar with this, is it's west, it's off of the map. That land can all be annexed. This map shows broader area. All of that land west of South Dakota. So this is a much broader view here. What's outlined in black, Eloise can point to that where McKay is. That's the McKay land that we were talking about previously. That all touches the city today. That can be annexed independently. What gets complicated is that ISU acreage between Champlin and McKay. If you do this now, yes, you're going to be left with some version of a corridor that has to get to South Dakota Avenue and then has to stay open to the south. Otherwise, you're going to have to see substantial territory be requested as an annexation with McKay plus others plus ISU to get those uniform boundaries. And that's kind of the exercise we went through about a year ago, discussing the kind of different options that went into all of that.
Thank you. Other questions for staff?
Eloise, you mentioned the island and the fact that the City Development Board had approved the existence of that island. So I don't know, this might be actually a question for Mark.
They might have accepted its existence rather than approved it. Is
Okay.
that a better way to describe that?
Well,
that
certainly
Story County
25
effort?
years ago, what happened was accepting its existence, not approving it. Whatever happened before that, I don't know how
Yeah,
that
so Story
transpired.
County, what we understand is Story County pursued getting islands out of the county and getting into the city, and the City Development Board said, this one doesn't have to do that.
So what I'm wondering is if the City Development Board said at one point, we don't have to make this go into the city, is that the sort of decision that stands the test of time? Or is it just one development board said this, and in the future, another development board might say, oh, well, we want to get rid of the islands?
I'm sure it's an entirely new board now, so they could have an entirely new opinion.
And they could overturn whatever was said previously, even if there was a written decision about it, and
Right.
which doesn't really seem clear at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. And, there's no, I read through the city development chapter of the Iowa Code again today. There's 8 references in there to islands, and they're all, there's no actual statement that you shall not have islands. Islands shall not exist. It's just this, for any new annexation, you can't create an island. They're not allowed to approve an island. The Secretary of State's not allowed to receive a map that has an island on it. It's all sort of stated that way, but, if we're talking about that area, they might look at it. If we're not talking about that specific area that touches where the island is, then they may not look at it at all. So,
Yeah, as I read it, it was the responsibility of the boards of supervisors to identify these islands and try and make sure that they were annexed.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a question about how this would play into our decision with the 2040 plan. Is this just kind of a coincidental timing, or why are we making this decision on an annexation before we proceed with a growth scenario?
So in this area, it is currently in the current adopted LUPP, it is designated for urban expansion. So as the current adopted policy of the city, staff is supporting it based on the adopted policy. When we talked about scenarios over the past month, this area was not discussed because it was not contiguous with an area where 15,000 people could be served. In my opinion, if you said what other little pieces of fragmented property around the city could be annexed, we probably would have, in the notation of the scenarios, called this tier 1 because water and sewer touch the property line right now and can be reasonably extended. So it wasn't part of the scenarios. It doesn't affect the larger growth discussion that's further to the west of South Dakota. We would say that even though it's not part of that 15,000, it is easily a serviceable area and probably a desirable area for the city per current policy and utilities that are there. There's not many areas of the city where the utilities are stubbed right up to a property from prior decisions. This is a little unique that it's somewhat ready to go.
So back to water. We've had a tug of war with rural water. Is this area currently served by rural water?
No, it's under the city's jurisdiction for serving.
Good. So we're not going to have to go through any kind, if the council decides to annex it, we're not
Right.
going to have all the hassles and headaches and issues that we have with that.
That's my understanding.
Correct.
All right. Any other questions for staff before we go to public comment?
So I'd just like to go back to Rachel's question, maybe in a slightly different way. So if we were to make a decision about whether we're interested in annexing this or not, does that impact the way we interpret adding 15,000 people in the growth areas? For example, if this is a tier 1, do we know how that maybe reshapes our decisions about other directions that we might grow? Or does it need to be assessed as part of that discussion so that we have some concept of what could go here?
So because the scenario, I'll call it an exercise. It was an exercise to analyze the impact of 15,000 people. It was not predicting the growth of the city. So on your later agenda item, when you give direction on what are the preferred areas for us to grow, we are going to add in some of the other areas where we know housing is going to exist, such as the recent South Ames Bergeson annexation. So we have not accounted for that acreage being developed. We haven't accounted for this being developed. So that exercise was, again, about literally 15,000 people, not where can we fit 15,000 people in available land around the city. It was a different concept. So I don't think it erodes any of the work done on the scenarios. You could say that we're planning for more than 15,000 when we add in these little pieces, plus the infill. Well, absolutely, we're planning for more than 15,000 because that's what we've been saying all along is infill's additive. These other little fragmented pieces would also be additive to those larger growth scenarios. And that would come back as that complete draft future land use map that would be the next step in the process for you, not tonight, but in the future.
Any more questions?
Is there anything additional that we'd need to consider with the proximity of this area to agricultural land? Like,
I mean, from an annexation perspective, no. The desirability and the marketability of the homes, that'll be an issue that comes up by the developer, what they're willing to purchase and build out. The subdivision code and the zoning does not have any specific land use buffer or ag buffer requirement. It's something that could come up in the process, but we don't have any direct buffering requirements.
And with Zumwalt Road or Zumwalt Station, that becomes city property then, is that right? Or one half of it is, or how does that work?
So we are required upon annexation to take full possession of county right-of-way easement. So the full 66 feet, assuming that's what it is, which is standard, would become city right-of-way, just as the same with Dartmoor.
Because right now it's gravel.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be a long-term CIP to pave that then, is that correct? And get back to, and
I don't know that I would say that. I think that gets thrown into the larger category of what MPO projects look at.
Okay.
Obviously, the MPO provides funding to the city for specific projects, but Zumwalt Station Road it's in the city, but it probably has more of a regional utility because it's connecting South Dakota as a county highway into the city and then proceeding over to the research park. I don't know that you would presume that annexation would accelerate necessarily that improvement happens. We would normally wait and see how development occurs before we would plan for a road improvement of that scale. and most of it, or at least half of it's still in the county. I don't see us. So that's where it's kind of a broader MPO issue than just a city issue. Maybe it's a partnership or something else that happens with other entities.
Anything else?
Kelly,
Yes.
as far as you know, is there a timing issue here? I've been mulling over further the desirability of waiting and seeing if there's a possibility of increasing the amount of annexation that we can do so we can finish out this annexation that was left unattended to 25 years ago. Is there a timing issue from your perspective that would be a factor in having us move forward tonight instead of waiting temporarily to check on the McKay farm?
I'm not aware of any pressing timing issue other than seeking just general resolution.
Following up on my earlier question, just to be clear, if we initiated annexation this evening, then the next two hearings would be before the county supervisors and planning and zoning.
Not the county supervisor. There's a notice requirement to the county. The next notice public hearing would be with the City of Ames Planning and Zoning Commission. The board could choose to hold a hearing, but the code doesn't necessitate that we notice a hearing for the Board of Supervisors.
But that would set in motion activities, including hearing before P&Z. It doesn't come back to council right away, for example.
Correct. So we have to go through all of the state mandated notification and consultation steps. So there's notice sent to specific governmental entities such as the township and the county, the school board, or the school district. And then we proceed to a P&Z hearing, which makes a recommendation on city policy to you. And then you make a decision on how you want to finalize the annexation.
Okay. I'm going to open up public comment. We have a number of people have turned in orange cards. I know there's one person that has not turned one in, but we'll also call on her. We'll go through the orange cards first, and then Christine will call on you afterwards. We'll start with Paul Livingston. And if you could try and ask if you try and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less if possible.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Paul Livingston, Hunziker and Associate Realtors, 105 South 16th Street. I represent the Champlin Lloyd farm, if you will. And I really can't add much more than what Eloise and Kelly has outlined. We've been working at this a long time. We try to couple this expression of annexation interest about 10 months ago when we saw an opportunity with the McKay property. That was, we were asked to wait, and as you can see by the city boundaries, it's a mess down there. It's not regular at all, but it is not the fault or problem of the Chaplain Lloyd farm. For a variety of reasons, the Meadow Glen chooses not to be a part of the city of Ames, and that may, as Mr. Garden said, that may continue for a long time. It may take that off the table, but Lynn Lloyd and her brother Steve Champlin have waited a long time to put this very poor farm, poor in the sense that it's not prime ag land. It's been primarily oats and it's timber. The highest and best use for this property is as a residential development. More than one half of this property is within the Ames School District boundaries. As mentioned, it has water and sewer to the site. It's within a couple miles of the university. It's within a couple miles of the research park. Need to find a way to accommodate 15,000 new citizens to Ames in the next 20 years. And we believe that this property can be a part of that. So that said, the Champlain Lloyd Farms would support option 1 or 2. They're really indifferent as to the choice that the council should make, but would like to see you push the annexation initiative forward. Thank you.
Can I ask two follow-up questions?
Yes.
Okay. So, Paul, do you know, has there been any discussion with the McKay Farm with respect to doing a joint application?
I contacted Mr. McKay after they exited, that developer withdrew. But this is about 4 or 5 months ago. I spoke to Mr. McKay and he indicated that he had no current interest in development at that time.
And is there any timing
Or
issue?
annexation, I should say.
Right. Is there any timing issue right now for your clients?
I will let Lynn answer that. Lynn Lloyd, who's owner of the farm. I can't answer that.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of Lynn Lloyd, if she'd like to come up and address council.
Lynn Lloyd, 3818 Phoenix Street, Ames, Iowa. 40-year resident of Ames. A little bit to the answer of your question. Timing, we've waited 30 years, so I guess that's a little bit long time. We've done surveys, we've done the work that needs to be done. I'm 73, my brother's 75. We're getting ready to, well, we're retired, but we need to move on.
Just to clarify, it's not your age that I'm concerned about. We have to think the long term of the
Well,
community.
no, I understand that totally.
Can I ask your question? My question to you, is there any timing issue on your part in terms of the annexation? If we were to delay to see if there was an interest in the McKay family to joining the annexation, are there any timing issues from your perspective?
We've had this farm on the market for 3 years. And well, we know from talking to developers that they wouldn't do it until it was annexed. So we're kind of getting ready for that. I know the McKays we have talked to. I didn't seem to get any interest again. I guess we could ask again, but postponing this longer after this it's been a long time again, surveys, trying to figure this out, what we could do without getting involved with Meadow Glen, and it's been tough. So I just don't know if that will prove to do anything for us really in the end. I know for the city you're thinking, and we did too, all along we've been thinking that, but I don't see it.
Okay, thank you.
Continue with your comments, please.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Yeah, no, fine. Oh, the basic thing I was going to say is that those who have not been to this area may not realize how close this is to the campus. My grandfather's business was on the corner of Lincoln Way and Welch, and he rode his horse to the farm every day and back for lunch. So when you think about the proximity of it, when you see a map like this, you don't always understand how close this is. The old middle school is just down the street. My kids walked when we were right there on that corner. So it's all very, very close to the city of Ames. For the last 30 years, we've been talking about it being part of Ames. I think that now is the time to do it. It's beautiful land. It could be developed very well by a developer, not by us. Lovely wooded areas, streams that all could be figured into a developer. It would be very nice housing. Very, very nice for Ames. So, but I think, yeah, it's about time we can see. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Christensen.
Hi, Kim Christensen, 2985 South Dakota Avenue. As you are all aware, I'm a heavy proponent to having a buffer between the Iowa State property, the heavy use of agriculture, swine farm, dairy farm, poultry farms, all in that area that are marked red. And that land includes both the Champlin property, that's a big part of that, and the McKay property. These properties, I'm not saying shouldn't be developed. I think they should be developed, but they should be developed as rural subdivisions, similar to the Cameron Estates. Considering all the different estates around and rural subdivisions that are around Ames, it's incredible that this wouldn't be embraced. Not only would it provide housing that could be part of what the 15,000 people that you're hoping that you're thinking that we're going to grow, but it would provide a special type of housing for people that like to live in the country. I think most of our football coaches live out in or athletic coaches live out in the country. And it's not only wealthy, but it's also all sorts of different people. Now, the important reason why I think there needs to be a buffer between the farms and the city use is just basically that, the use of the land. There's manure being spread. There's going to be a feed mill right across on State Street. There's going to be a new swine development with smells and all sorts of stuff going on. It's conducive to animals and the kinds of things that animals and nature produce. And living in the country, you identify with that. Lots of us have horses and all sorts of different things that are a good mix between that. I kind of, even though I know Kelly was very involved in the development of the plan, I think RDG left this particular property out for a reason. And the reason they left this property out is because they know it's right next to Iowa State Farms. It didn't make sense to make it part of the development down the road as far as the 2040 plan. And it's incredibly important that you decide where are you going with the 2040 plan before you decide on bringing in this kind of property and putting this kind of expense into the city budgets. So I really believe that we need to be very careful from that particular perspective for keeping this in that. One other point, Lynn would have developed this property a long time ago. Doug McKay would have developed his property a long time ago. If we hadn't been shackled in the southwest part of the city with a fringe plan that none of us knew was even coming down on us when it came down in 2005, and in that fringe plan, it decided that this particular part of the area, part of that LUPP that was developed in 2005, that 5 years later really probably didn't make a lot of sense and certainly doesn't make a lot of any sense now, that part of that fringe plan said we could not split a lot. We could not subdivide. Well, Lynn's hands are just tied tighter than a rope around her back. She can't begin to do anything with it. The only thing she's got, the city has her stranglehold to have to bring it into the city. I say free it up. Let it go. Let our lands go. And let them be used the way they should be in this kind of buffer environment. Thank you very much.
Kelly, can you just point out where Champlain Lloyd is on this
I
map?
think it's got some hatching through it.
That's what I was
right up
thinking.
there.
Okay.
Kim, can you just leave this up here in case someone else has questions? Thank you. All right, Emil Polishek. Hope I said your name right. If I didn't, I apologize.
This is another card. Thank you. Yes, my name is Emil Polashek. I live at 2615 Meadow Glen Road. And I have a little bit of a conflict here. If we imagine that this annexation would free up Meadow Glen Road from a kind of annexation involuntary proceedings, that would be nice because we generally like the way it is. But like Kim Christensen just brought up, the development of the property would probably have proceeded in the past had it been feasible to do so in smaller parcels. If this area is annexed, the question remains whether the obstacles to development could be so easily overcome. They still have a gravel road. You still have, as pointed out, very much an agricultural. We have new feed mill traffic of trucks that's going to be pretty substantial along State Avenue. Once we get to that point, through 2 sections of gravel road, that's going to be a major expense. It's probably going to be very likely to be considerable. And I don't think there's been identified a developer yet who has said, well, gee, if you are achieved to be annexed into the city, suddenly it becomes tremendously appealing and likely for a profit incentive. It doesn't seem very likely to me that would be the case. Yet, if they believe that the annexation is a good answer, well, great. And if we can get some kind of a notion that whatever proposal comes forward is really appropriate for the area, well, that would be nice. But it doesn't seem likely that it's really going to be appropriately to be developed in a higher density, more typical residential area than that the city is generally after within the city limits.
Okay, thank you. I believe it's David Cata. Yes, I'm sorry. I
can't read my writing.
Well, I mean, it's probably me too. Is it David?
It's David, yeah.
Okay. And last name is Cata.
Carter Lewis.
I'm sorry.
I'm actually on one of these maps, if you could back it up to, I'm on the map as Carlton Appleton, but I'm not going to explain that.
Oh.
I'm very much a fish out of his water here. Will have trouble with a 3-minute time limit, but I'll do my best. And also the nature of what I have to say is more philosophical or emotional than having to do with boundaries and laws and whether it's a covenant or whatever. I live, let's see, where is it? Oh, Carlton Appleton, right on the edge of this property that belongs to Lynn Lloyd and her family, and have for 27 years. Been in Ames 40-some years. I guess I'd like to talk about 3 things, even though I have little time. The first is the majesty of the area where I live. When I moved in there, people come to see us. I don't know if Marzio Rosati is here, but everyone who comes is amazed that near Ames, there's this beautiful area. And we take them down in the valley next to our house. Our son took his high school mates, one of which may have been Amanda Lloyd, I don't know, down in this beautiful valley. They camped there once. My grandson goes down in the valley. If you look at Worley Creek, it's just, I guess I wouldn't use spectacular, but I would use the word rare beauty and serene. And their woods there, they're interesting people. You may hear from the daughter of one of them tonight, who can tell you they've lived there 80 years. They can tell you where the sick coyotes come to die and how the raccoons come around every 5 years. So it's really, and also farmland. It's a beautiful pastoral setting, and the river valleys and the woodland. I would use the word wild. I would say those are genuine wild areas. They're deer paths that you could follow and walk through them, but they're wild. Okay, end of part one. It's a beautiful area. Part two, the other place I've been fortunate to live during part of these 27 years is in England. And there are farms, there are villages, there are cities, and there are forests that are all intertwined in sort of a tapestry. And through this tapestry run a set of paths, ancient footpaths that are sacred. So the people who live there can go through these footpaths, and they can go into wild areas. They can walk by a farm or an estate. This is a good thing, having the wild areas together. So I guess I support Meadow Glen and the idea of rural parts as well as the city. I'm trying to keep on track. Part three, the woods, some of the ancient forests in England, I just heard on the news, are under threat for development. Now, there are active organizations that protect them, but this is like thousands. And I think this is too bad. In this country, the wind used to blow in a different direction, and we used to hear Henry David Thoreau's words that in wildness lies the preservation of the world. In wildness lies the preservation of the world. Now, we don't hear this now, and our national forests and parks are under attack. In fact, in a wider perspective, the entire world is under attack and threatened. So my point is that wildness is an important thing, even though you can't break it into 3.75 houses per acre and so forth. Now, my concerns are that I read everything on the internet that I could find from council, even though I don't always do this. And the recommendation, in your recommendation to the council, there's a word which appears quite frequently, and that's growth. And my opinion is that growth is neither good nor bad. But you have to be careful with the words I didn't see in the report were conservation, stewardship, and the beautiful nature of the land there. Is it really, now Lynn Lloyd and her family have been the stewards of this land for probably longer than I'm alive. I don't know. And they're proposing to turn the stewardship over to you and to Mr. Livingston and whoever develops it.
David, I've really been lenient, and you're at over 5 minutes. Could you draw your comments to a close?
Final comment is, as well as the growth, as well as making money, consider the intrinsic value of the land and consider stewardship as part of your thinking and how you move.
Thank you. Phil Isaroli.
Phil Isaroli, 3108 South Dakota.
Phil, you did share and talk, last week about things. So is this a different topic.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple points from
go
the
ahead.
discussion that went on here earlier. I did not intend to speak.
Thank you.
Couple of things. First of all, the issue about fire hydrants and so on and so forth. The property, for sure, that says Johnson property there has no fire protection other than the Kelly Fire Department, because there's no fire hydrants in that area. There are some fire hydrants because the city acquired the Ferguson subdivision. There is fire hydrants right there, but that's it. As far as, so that needs to be corrected. Yes, you call 911, but Kelly Fire Department is going to be dispatched. If there's an emergency, someone has a heart attack, whatever, and they're in Meadow Glen, yes, you will get responders from Ames to come out, but Kelly will also has the main responsibility because there is no fire hydrants in Meadow Glen. So if that was to be incorporated into the city, fire protection, fire hydrants would have to be put in sooner or later. So that's a cost. Okay, the next thing is the ISU ground. There is a huge amount of Iowa State properties surrounding this. If, yes, the investment was done years ago where the sewer was brought up to the Chaplain ground, but if there's any idea of further development to the west, it's not going to happen. It's all private ground. There was a big study done a long time ago that, okay, there's no developable land out here, or no, let me put it this way, no willing private owners to sell their ground. They're not willing to sell. Now, as far as the McKay property, the Worley Creek study, if you review that, that was a big part of it because the sewer was supposed to go through Worley Creek. Then it was finally decided after the study that it was going to go through the Iowa State ground. So that's part of the reason why the McKay property is not been developed. There's no sewer, there's no water, and it's basically isolated. There again, it is surrounded by either Iowa State ground or private ground that is being held, that will not be sold, or at least not now. The other thing too, it was mentioned about the ISU feed mill. It's gonna, well, can't see it on that map, but it's up on, it's right at the intersection of State and Highway 30 is where, and the only thing that's holding it up right now is the weather. They've already brought the telephone poles and all that stuff, and they're going to go ahead, and $21 million has already been allocated through private donations for that feed mill. They estimate anywhere from 10 to 15 semi-trucks per day coming and going from that facility once it's done. Most of them will be going to the south, down to the ISU ag teaching farms, the swine farm, beef nutrition, so on and so on. There's what, half a dozen farms down there, and they will be going north to swine nutrition and beef nutrition. So, and I've also heard through the grapevine that Iowa State plans to pave that gravel road through that Curtis farm over to State. So anyway, that whole thing will just add further to the traffic. And let's see, what else? Do I have anything else here? I also question how much of the Chaplain ground is actually an Ames school district. I think that needs to be studied further. I think some of that is in the United Community School District. I don't know that for sure, but I think that needs to be. And the other thing I would say is, before any decision is made on this piece of property, we, the residents out in that area, and I'm one, invite you to come out and tour this area before any decision is made one way or the other. I agree with Ms. Kim Christensen that if this ground is to be developed, it needs to be developed differently than other areas where you have 3.75 homes per acre. It's not going to be possible on this because the amount of buildable ground, actual suitable land for development in that Chaplain ground is very limited. Yes, it might be 145 or whatever it is acres, but the actual buildable ground is quite a bit less. And there's 2 gravel roads that will have to be paved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Christine. Councilor Christine emailed me this afternoon, and she said she's speaking for a handful of residents and asked for a longer time. I said I would extend her the courtesy of a little longer time. So I told her not to talk so fast that we
Yeah,
can
I sounded like a
understand.
chipmunk earlier.
She
so I
promised
was
me
trying
she'd
to get it
practice,
through
and she got
fast
down
enough.
to a certain point. But please don't feel nervous. If you want to introduce yourself, your address, and then just proceed. And
Christine, okay, I'm sorry. Christine Hausner, 3505 245th Street. I really don't want to be up here, but I don't really have a choice. Nobody knows more about this property than I do and my family. We've been there for 90 years, 5 generations. I'm a little concerned because it seems like all we're talking about is boundaries and where we can go and how we can annex, but we're not talking about what I think are the real issues, and that's the environmental, the ecosystem that we have there. And we're literally surrounded by 4,000 acres of private land and Iowa State property. And I'm a little concerned also because you keep talking about, let's just forcibly annex people. Do you realize do you live in the county, Tim? Do you know what it's like to be in the county? Or, I mean, it drastically changes your way of life. I mean, your property taxes go up by 25%. You may or may not be getting utilities ever. You're going to be paying taxes for something that you're never going to get anything in return. And you also change your way of life. You can't hunt, you can't shoot a gun, you can't burn brush. It changes the way people have been doing things for decades. It's not something that you can take lightly. And when Bronwyn said last week that we weren't in the business of forcibly annexing people, here we are again. So I'm going to read this. This is tried to make my letter as small as I could from the one that I sent all of you today. Hopefully some of you read it. Looking at something on paper is very different than actually seeing it and experiencing it. You may see 145 acres, but did you know that it really is only about 80 or 90 developable acres? I talked in my letter about the topography not being conducive to development, the eco study, the dumps, what it is like to live in an ag community, the conflicts between county and city people, and dealing with the wildlife. I talked about ISU and how they are always adding to their farms, including redoing the swine facility and the feed mill at the Curtis Farm. The American Society of Agricultural Engineers recommends that a housing development should be at least 1 mile from any swine facility. This farm is within a half a mile. I sent you a map of all the Iowa State farms that are notated throughout the city. There is nowhere in the city as concentrated with as many dots as we are. There are 15 dots of Iowa State farms within about a 1 mile radius. I made an X where the Champlin farm is, and it is located directly in the middle of all of these farms. You can see 5 ISU farms from this property. They are all within a half a mile of this property. But if that isn't the definition of ag buffer, then please explain to me what is. I looked at the urban fringe plan and saw what the objectives are, especially with regards to an ag buffer. It says that there's supposed to be a smooth transition between urban development and rural ag communities. You are supposed to pay special attention to the wildlife and environment and have appreciation for and preserve the rural countryside. If you annex this, you aren't doing what your own plan is telling you to do. I talked about the millions of taxpayer money that you would be putting into this property for what? 90 acres. $3 million to pave Dartmoor, $3 million to pave Zumwalt. You literally have nowhere to go. Putting millions of dollars of taxpayer money for this one little strip of land in a huge, vast area where nothing can happen. I'm a taxpayer because I actually live in the city. This is my family home. It will be mine someday. My grandfather built it. I would rather you spend my money going elsewhere in the city that does have long-term goals, where land may be available, where development is available, where it is already going, where there aren't the same environmental or agricultural concerns, where there's more continuity with the city, and where people actually want you. Spend my money there where it makes sense. Regarding the infrastructure, so there's sewer and water there. But now I've been informed by my neighbors, where the sewer is along the tributary to the creek is eroding because of the destruction that was done to put it in. There have been landslides because of how the creek was disrupted. So any additional destruction to the area to continue that infrastructure, because they have to take it wherever they're going, might also cause unwanted environmental problems. We have concerns if you put hundreds of houses on top of a hill, where does all of that water go? Landslides, creek contamination, and hill erosion are very real concerns. If this can't be turned over to conservation, which is ideally what all of us would like, there's only one other solution that makes sense. The LUPP and urban fringe plan you are going by now is completely outdated and wrong. They need to be redesigned with the 2040 plan guiding it, which is what we're all doing right now. If Kelly himself said last week that they are not interested in anything south of Worley Creek, the entire Champlin farm is south of Worley Creek. We are in no tier and not even in the growth prospectus. Why on earth would you annex it if it isn't even in the plan? What should happen is that the urban fringe plan and LUPP should be revised to reflect what is being decided in the 2040 plan absent of this proposal. We should be switched back to ag or at least ag buffer, and we can deal with the county. I believe this is what Lynn originally wanted. I think she was trying to do the right thing, but she has a stranglehold like all of us do out here. Because that was that determination in 2006 when they did the urban fringe plan and amended it. And not one homeowner in this area was ever notified that was being done. Putting 3.75 houses an acre out here is absolute lunacy and will inevitably destroy the environment here, the wildlife, and the people who live here. It is clear that you can't have the blanket one-size-fits-all solution to the whole town and surrounding. You should take each community on its own merit and look at the environment, topography, wildlife, accessibility, if there's potential for progress surrounding, and the people who live there, because one solution that might fit in one part of the town may not be the best solution for another. This is not the same thing as 200 acres of flat cornfield with one tree and one person living there. This is far more complicated than that. The owner has even admitted that there are environmental concerns here, so let us find a solution that makes sense. Annexing this property makes no sense. You will get very little in return for your investment. You would have urban development above Highway 30, then ag below Highway 30, then urban development, and then ag again. I believe you annex this and you will open yourselves up to more problems. I also didn't think it makes economic sense. And why would you annex it without any developer or any kind of plan to go with it? I'm almost done. We are the ones that have to live with your decision for the rest of our lives. This is a beautiful and unique area, and I believe it is worth fighting for. I am literally this close to handcuffing myself to a tree. Please do not make me handcuff myself to a tree. If people living in this area do not want this annexation to go through and don't want this development out here, and we are the ones that have to live with it and deal with it every day for the rest of our lives, shouldn't we have a say in what happens to it? We are the ones who step outside our doors and see what we see, smell what we smell, and hear what we hear every day. Please don't just make a decision on this by what you see on paper. You need to take a tour of the property, and I would be more than happy to do that so you can experience it and see it for yourself and have information with which to make an informed decision. I took Rachel out there last week. So in closing, please vote no. And if you're even thinking about this in the positive, please think about the people you are forcibly annexing and what you're going to do to this place, and table this until the whole 2040 plan is done and the urban fringe plan has been redone. That is the fair and just thing to do. Trying to run this through and approve it on the current LUPP and urban fringe before all of this is going to be revised anyway, just to get it done, is that the right thing to do? And if any of you are concerned with the environment, wildlife, climate change, carbon footprinting, and open green spaces, this would be an excellent opportunity to show that. Noting all of the issues I have discussed above, disregarding the directions of the urban fringe plan with regards to an ag buffer, destroying the ecosystem in this area, forcibly annexing people, bringing up many issues that could be potential problems, all the taxpayer money that would be invested in this, and ruining our way of life out here and what we experience and see every day with zero chance of expanding in any direction surrounding it. For 90 acres, does that make sense? This area should be respected and revered, not reviled. This is a completely unique area with unique concerns that don't exist anywhere else in and around the city, so it should be considered and treated as just that, unique and individual. There has to be a better solution. Thank you for your time. And before I would just like to, I'm speaking on behalf of several people. Can you just raise your hands, anybody who supports anything I just said? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's me.
I'll be pretty brief. My name's Evan Severson. I live at 2724 Meadow Glen Road. I would just like to encourage council that if you do purport to respect private property rights, to please consider that and try to follow a path that respects private property rights as much as possible. The Champlin Lloyds, if they want to get annexed and if they want to develop their land, that's their land. As far as I'm concerned, they should have the right to do that. That said, I would encourage you to try to keep the forced annexation of non-consenting landowners to a minimum as much as possible. I know there's a number of people, I can only speak for myself, that I do not wish to. I was a little bit dismayed by some of the comments by the council tonight that seemed to consider plans that the only really benefit was to try to force as many non-consenting landowners to be annexed as possible. And I don't know why that would be a path that we would take. So any path that we can do that, allows them to use their land the way they want, allows other people not to be annexed if we don't want to, I will support. And therefore I, have, I guess I would be tacitly approving of the options that minimize the non-consenting landowners that were presented today. Thanks.
Thank you. You have your orange card. You also want to hand it here too. Anybody else? Okay, close public input. Council? Questions for staff? Follow up?
In one instance, there were two people who called the land undesirable. One person saying RDG avoided it for a reason. I saw, Kelly, you were shaking your head during that comment. I think it was related to the... Oh, sorry. I'm saying...
So in regard to
regard
to whether the land was in a scenario,
Yeah.
it didn't fit the task. That's plain and simple. It wasn't whether it was good or bad for urban development. It didn't fit the task. ISU land was to the south. You can't put 15,000 people on 140 acres. That was the end of the conversation. We said go west where you can look at a broader area and there's not an absolute limit. That's all that was behind the scenario task.
Okay, thank you.
So you're saying we'll encounter other parts of town like this too that aren't necessarily in one of our growth scenarios, but have a property owner say who desires annexation.
So those policies are yet to be determined by the city council. I mean, that's many steps down the road. This is currently designated urban service area. That's the only reason we're here tonight. If this was not in the fringe plan as area intended for city development, you would not have our recommendation to proceed. That would be something that the comp plan should decide.
Kelly, go ahead.
So are we planning to update the urban fringe plan after the 2040 plan is completed then?
I would presume that would be direction from council.
I guess I'm just a little bit skeptical about taking action on this property if there's the possibility of revising that urban fringe plan in the future.
So again, the urban fringe plan designates places for city expansion, places that allow for rural development with co-review by Story County and the city, and then areas that we will never annex. So this map right here, clearly the green to the south is designated as ag. That means it's exclusively Story County's jurisdiction. We do not intend to ever annex there. The beige, the orange, however you want to look at that, that's area that designated as urban residential, which the fringe plan through the cooperation agreement with Story County is, we have agreed that that area will not be developed under Story County rules. It would only be developed if it was within the city. The green is the conservation or the natural area overlay. Those things get translated once you're in the city into city zoning rules. What you don't see here is that rural transition area. We have those mostly to the north. The Cameron School Road area is where you see kind of the mix of a transition of rural to urban, and it's a yellow color on the fringe plan map. So the fringe plan tries to address three different types of things with land use designations. So to predict what would be our policies in the future, clearly we're going to want to reserve areas that we know we're not going to build in 2025 for future expansion of the city. So that same kind of concept, which is depicted here, which follows the 1997 land use policy plan. This was not made up in 2005. This was an implementation measure from the 1997 land use policy plan. I would assume similar designations, similar policies about conservation would be the result of a fringe plan. And we would obviously want to seek agreement with Story County, just as we have before with the 28E, for joint jurisdictional powers. So it's more efficient for everybody. But what those are today, we won't know for at least a year after we get through the urbanizing discussion of the city.
Kelly, Christine made a lot of articulate and passionate points tonight. One of the things that I heard that I want to explore was the concept that where we have a limitation of city development, should that be a factor that we consider? So we are going to have municipal dollars going into improvements, but the development, because of barriers with Iowa State and state of Iowa ownership. Could you speak specifically to that concern? I think it's an interesting point that she raised.
I mean, exclusively about this property, I would not presume city dollars. Water and sewer touches this property. The developer is obligated to extend those into a development. They may or may not ask for an oversizing share from the city. You're not obligated to participate. I think the road improvements are an open question. How much is the developer responsible for? Which components do they not do that may be off-site to become more of a regional project, whether it's the city or, again, the MPO looking at how to spend funds. But for the most part, developer is going to carry the cost here. I can't say they'll carry 100%, but that would be the normal policy of the city of Ames. This is quite a bit different than talking about a McKay piece of property where you have to build a mile of sewer to provide access to it. You do not have to have an out-of-the-pocket cost for this to proceed with development on day one. So because it's there, the fact that you may not go further doesn't diminish that you've already made this investment. You're not asked to make a new investment. You're asked to capitalize on an investment that was previously made.
I'm sorry, you had a chance to speak. No comments from the audience, please, this time. All right, council. Other questions for Kelly, for Eloise? Hearing none, you have staff has provided 4 different alternatives. One is initiate the 80-20 voluntary annexation of the property with 151.45 acres, which is all consenting but one. Then you have option 2, which is the 80-20 voluntary annexation, which would also include the island. 3 is defer action and request more information. Or 4, you can decline to initiate the annexation process at this time. So
I do have a question. Could you please just remind me what the permissible uses are for the Champlin Lloyd property right now?
So they're in the county. Do they have AR zoning or do they have, do you recall what zoning they have? They have some version of ag zoning. They may have AR, which is ag residential. However, they can't subdivide.
Right.
So they can do whatever use the county allows on the property as long as it doesn't involve the subdivision of the property. The only jurisdiction we have is subdivision.
Yes.
So whatever the county permits is permissible.
Thanks.
So we've heard a number of people address the stewardship and conservation aspects of our decision, and that I think speaks to a lot of us. How should we think about this from an annexation process? I mean, to what degree is that a factor in our analysis?
Well, I think the way we're looking at it is we don't want, staff's position would be, we don't want to add land to the city that can't be effectively developed at urban densities to support urban services. When I look at that map, and if you just go by the natural area, which is a very broad stripe here, which is the green, there's clearly areas that should not and will not be touched when it's developed. But there's still a substantial amount of land that can be developed in an urban manner. So that's why we're supporting the development of this, or the annexation of this property, because we believe there's an urban pattern of development that fits Ames' interests that can still fit on this land, even after you take care of conservation expectations. I mean, we've only talked about conservation subdivisions to the north for Ada Hayden protection. If there was a reason, we could look at conservation subdivision standards in this area as well. But even the normal FSRL zoning is going to require a substantial amount of open space. The city's stormwater quality and stormwater quantity management requirements are going to take advantage of natural areas to meet those interests and have land set aside for those things. So I think our normal development processes, which we don't get into at annexation, should result in a development that meets all of those interests.
So is it possible we could have a conversation later if we annex this and said there are some, in the same way the Ada Hayden area was desirable for some conservation attention, could we not give some thought to doing similar things in this area to provide some additional buffering?
So buffering for natural areas versus buffering for ag. You've heard comments on both sides of that.
Both.
So I'm not sure on the ag side what would be an effective buffer. It's something that could be explored. So you're going to retain all authority over the property once it's in the city until you rezone it to something where you can build housing. So it comes into the city as an ag zoning designation. No one can proceed with development under ag. They can build one house on a lot. They can't come in and subdivide it under ag zoning. So yeah, any issue can come up during a rezoning to decide how that property should be appropriately developed and how does it fit with the uses the city expects on that property.
Has Iowa State given any input on this? I don't remember that we've received a letter, and I'm sort of curious about that.
I went and receive a letter because it's not a hearing. It hasn't been noticed. We've talked over the years many times about what the South area is like for them. I don't know that they have an opinion about one development project or not. Most of our conversations have centered on the feed mill development and preserving that corridor for the future sewer extension over to the west.
Well, maybe I could start the conversation since I've got the floor. If we are to pursue annexation, it seems like because there's no timing issue presented, it seems like it would make sense to at least have a conversation with McKay to see if there would be an interest in resolving the existing island that we have.
So just to make sure that that also necessitates that Iowa State be provide written authorization to participate in the annexation. So it would have to be McKay plus Iowa State, two separate entities agreeing for that connecting pieces to come together. So it's not as straightforward as just McKay submitting a voluntary annexation application.
Sure. But this is the one opportunity. If we don't do this now, it seems reasonable that the Meadow Glen will stay an island forever.
Big deal.
So just to be clear, you are specifically talking about visualizing a large enough annexation of land so that the Meadow Glen Peninsula could be brought in involuntarily. That's what you're talking about?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would kind of also have timing concerns, but more about if this is a direction that we want to go with the growth, and with the 2040 plan in particular, we're looking at an area of Ames that we want to invest infrastructure into for our population's growth. And this doesn't seem like a substantial enough area or with any room to grow around it to really think about annexation before we make a decision on the 2040 plan.
I would agree with that. I think the things that I find a little bit troubling about this is that we're operating with a fringe plan that could be changing in the not so distant future. We're operating in an area that's rather constrained by the Iowa State properties and those agricultural uses, even if they aren't Iowa State uses. There are other farms in that area. I don't know if I had been designing the land use policy plan in 1997, that I would have thought this was a great place to look at future development. And I certainly don't like the idea of creating a 50-foot flag that we have to maintain and may never be able to address something that the state city development board would want us to address in the future, which would be an island. And that's not to say I want to acquire all that property. It's to say that I don't know whether the state would be looking at this and saying, this makes a lot of sense. So I'm not really comfortable pursuing this right now. I think we've got a lot of big discussions that we have to get through regarding the 2040 plan and what our vision for development of Ames is, not what the vision was in 1997 And however long the discussions occurred, they went on for years.
To some extent, though, our decisions about annexation are always going to be driven by what significant property owners want to do who are adjacent in appropriate ways. So, and I'm concerned about sort of strange entanglement or confusion between the goals of the 2040 plan and the decisions we have before us and this piece of property. However, I think that it does seem independent in a number of interesting ways. Is it true, Kelly, I think maybe we said this already, but is it true that even the northwest or the westmost portion of the Champlin Lloyd Farm, if annexed, would not touch any of the so-called southwest growth area that's proposed in the 2040 plan?
Yeah, so we call it west in the 2040 plan just to kind of distinguish a little bit from the former southwest. No, it doesn't even. It's not within
So that doesn't even touch a corner of it.
Yeah, so
right?
South Dakota was the dividing line there.
Right.
And that was, so why did we choose South Dakota? Because it was the end of the constraint of Iowa state land. We would have obviously preferred to have two-sided urban development on South Dakota, but Iowa state indicated even that land near the interchange wasn't available in the near future. So we have left it out of that scenario evaluation.
And in addition, then we've heard that there is stubbed sewer and water to this property, but that infrastructure existing there would be of no use to the west growth scenario.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct. So the west scenario is completely predicated on building a mile of sewer north of Whirly Creek over to South Dakota and then further along 240th Street.
Thanks.
To me, the biggest part where it rubs against what we're doing with the 2040 plan is the fringe. It was what becomes of the fringe plan, right? So not that it's not in any growth scenario, but that, in a future fringe plan, this could be transitional instead of, I don't know how it will look. So it's not, for me, it's not that hesitation about because I agree, it's not in any of the growth scenarios we're considering anyway. So it's independent in that way, but still what we do with the fringe plan matters to this property.
And if the property owner decides to be patient here, they could wait to see if something changes in the fringe plan that would open up opportunities for alternate use. They could always withdraw the annexation request with that in mind if they chose. Is that correct?
So say that again.
Could the applicant withdraw the annexation request at any stage before final approval?
So under state code, yes, and even after your resolution, our recommendation is typically to have them waive that right because we put a considerable amount of effort into getting to that hearing. But technically, yes, they can withdraw if they don't have to sign a waiver. I don't believe they provided a waiver at this point.
Speaking of that, what kind of staff time's involved? If council were to move alternative 1 or 2 tonight, something gets in motion that gets dropped into your work schedule. Can you comment on that in terms of
alternative 1 and 2 are not because it doesn't involve a lot of contact trying to build support for something. Especially alternative 1, it's very straightforward. This is the minimum allowed by state law. It's our normal notification procedures, just like it would be with any other development project. If you're trying to build a coalition of property owners to participate and how does that come together and what agreements go along with that, that's a totally different level of project.
other questions? Otherwise, would like to see a motion.
I'll throw out a motion, and that is I would move alternative 4. We decline to initiate the annexation process at this time.
Second.
Discussion.
Is your intent in this to perhaps reconsider it after some months in the comprehensive plan process and that sort of thing, or is it
Yes.
you would never?
This is not, I would never consider it, but I don't feel positioned well to consider this at this point. And I am very concerned about the fringe plan And the fact that the owner of this property, the owners have tried to do other things in the past with it and were not able to because of the fringe plan. So I sort of feel like they're in a bind right now. Obviously, they want to sell their property. I don't know if I have enough information to judge that this is a good choice for us for a growth area to annex and develop as part of the city. So I would just prefer not to initiate the annexation at this time, and I would be happy to reconsider as we learn more. Maybe we learn more about the McKay properties or whether someone's interested. I don't know, but I think we should at least be having the discussion about the 2040 plan and the fringe plan.
So I'm going to offer a different perspective. So involuntary annexation discussions are one of the most unpleasant topics any city council member has to deal with, because we want to make everybody happy and we can't do that. And if you look at a map of Ames, I mean, this property is at some point going to be a part of Ames, and it may not be in our lifetime, but at some point, this is going to be a part of the city of Ames. And the question is, this is an opportunity for us to close an island that should never be there. We can close this island. We can add, I think, if the McKay farm is interested in coming in, we can solve the problem. But I am also very sympathetic with the people who have spoke to the issue of stewardship. And I think we've done some very important work north of Ames that could serve as a model for the way in which conservation and stewardship impact development. But that's not something that's built into the annexation process. So it may seem like cold and calculating, and I'm making a room full of people angry, but we don't have that luxury. We have to think long-term, and that's not always fun for what we do. So I'm very sympathetic with the concerns made, but I don't know that we have a choice. I think we have to look at annexation, even if it's not part of the 2040 plan. At some point, this will all come in.
Yeah, I think we've been faced with this scenario. Most of us have several times in the past, and it's almost the same discussion every time, right? And we're going to continue to have this scenario play out anytime you have a large property owner that is interested in developing and wants to come into the city, and there are other people that don't.
What strikes me as different about this is that giant peninsula of land that's going to be attached by a 50-foot strip that we may never be able to bring into the city. And that is problematic from my perspective. I mean, sure, we maybe would clear up one island, but then we've still got the giant peninsula. So
I think that's fair. I just think there's always going to be a conflict between our goals for the community and trying to make sure that we have available housing and space for people to create jobs and people to live in Ames, and the ways in which we address how we do that.
I have a procedural question. If we were to approve Gloria's motion to not initiate the annexation, how would we then decide that the time is ready to take up the conversation again? Is that something the council would move to put on an agenda, or is there some other way that happens?
Question.
I guess I'm not interpreting it's denial. Reject the application, make them reapply. That's not what I'm hearing. So I would say it's essentially tabling the item. And I think the council would have to choose to put it back on an agenda if you thought of it more as a tabling of the item rather than decline the project.
yeah, I'm not saying we decline it.
So it might be more appropriate to say to table this to a future date, and then the city council would have to determine when that comes back onto an agenda.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Would that need to be the way I phrase the motion then? Or are we just understanding that that's how it's interpreted?
I'm just not sure what that means. Like, it just goes off to die somewhere until we decide to bring it back up again.
I think that's correct, that it's in limbo until it's added back to an agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I think the idea is we would look at the 2040 plan first and then revisit the urban fringe plan and see if that changes anything with our willingness to do the annexation.
Yeah, that seems like a clear timetable to me in a way, because there's a definite point once those two things will be revisited. And at that point, that's when the discussion starts up again if somebody brings it up, right?
Yeah, it's just whether you want to wait that long.
Yeah.
So you're saying waiting 2.5, a year and a half then? The fringe plan won't be revisited.
Fringe, yeah, we're not going to be doing that for.
Well, that would be subject to a council vote, however, right? And we could just decide next week to change our mind and get it back on an agenda and do it, because we understand what's going on with the 2040 plan, just assume that we've done that. And that we could decide that maybe we don't want to wait till the urban fringe plan to take it up again. It just depends on what everyone votes.
Kelly, this is a bit off topic, but if the adjoining owners were able to pool resources and acquire this property and contribute it to the Iowa Conservancy program, where they take parcels and they put in a conservation easement that the property can never be developed. Is that something that's possible here in this scenario?
I would assume so. We don't have any control over who buys a piece of property. We had a similar interest to the north, but to facilitate that off of Hyde Avenue, they wanted to divide the property. And we said, no, we're not going to let you divide the property without being in the city. But if there's no subdivision, we have no control over the outcome of the use of the property.
Other option.
All right, you ready to vote? Call the question. Do you understand the motion?
I'd like some clarity though, because the way it was phrased, it was decline. And I think we had a conversation.
No, it was, we declined to initiate it at this time. And
Okay.
so,
Okay.
Option 4 reads, City Council could decline to initiate the annexation process at this time.
And we understand that to mean that we can bring it back when we vote to. Okay.
Okay?
do you want me to change the language of that motion?
Well,
Is that,
I he asked for the clarification. I'm just reading what it's in the alternative number 4 is, that's in the staff report. Because you made motions to alternative 4. All right, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Carried. I'm just going to verify it. If you're in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it's 4-2. Motion passes.
Okay, so with that item, our understanding is then council will have to make a motion to put it back on a future agenda. That's how we all understood that.
I wonder if council would also like to take up the separate question of our attitude towards Worley Lane going forward. Is this something that we're prepared to decide tonight or not prepared to decide tonight?
You mean the island?
The island, yes.
I don't know that it's relevant at this point.
Yeah.
As far as I know, we have no directive to correct islands. My concern was that when we went forward, the state would grab onto that and say, you need to deal with this.
Okay, so for people who live there and are interested in this question, they can communicate with us separately about our thoughts on it. It's fine.
We don't have an answer. We won't have an answer
No,
necessarily.
I mean, it's not, nothing independent is going to happen from the Champlin property. That's absolutely true.
All right, moving on to item 46, 321 State Avenue.
I'll ask Kelly whenever.
Are we going back to?
Go for it.
Discussion. That was February 4th. I'll get him out of here.
Mayor, what about the comp plan topic that we skipped over? Is that going to be at the end or?
We're doing that after.
Well,
Okay.
honestly, council, I mean,
Yeah.
we're already on 4 hours.
I hear that.
And I'm
It's
just,
not going to be a very good
And I'm
discussion.
sick.
No, I totally agree. I'm just
So-
trying to figure it out.
I've asked Steve to talk to Kelly about, and we were just talking here a few minutes about potentially just moving that to another evening, because I know it's people have waited about that, but if we are going to do that, I want to announce it so people who are here can leave. But I don't want us at 11 o'clock starting to talk about something which takes a lot of attention. And we knew it was going to be a long meeting.
I don't think it's fair to the topic, Mayor. I think we spent so much time on this. I want to make sure that we have, the
You would support
2040
that.
plan. I want to make sure that we have
Yeah.
eyes wide open and give it our best efforts.
That's not good because what we could do that, but on the 4th, 5th, and 6th are budget hearings. You're not going to do that. And the 11th is a budget wrap up and a regular council meeting. So that's a long meeting.
Well,
So then I go to the meeting after that is what I'm saying.
well,
As
or we have a
well.
special meeting.
Yeah, we have a special meeting. That's what you'll need. Oh, could you not have the workshop and have they use the workshop?
You could use the workshop on February 18th for part of the
That's
project
what we do.
also.
Make the final decision on the workshop day.
They're unbound.
And have the discussion on the 28th.
Everybody bring wine.
Say that again.
The council can discuss the land use policy plan or this comprehensive plan on the 28th, right? But we won't be able to come back and have your second meeting and make a decision until February. So we're going to have a work. You don't want to do it any days of the budget.
It's 14.
These budget things and the wrap up. You don't want to have it on the wrap up. We were going to have a workshop, but there's no reason to have the workshop because we thought we'd have it all done. So the workshop could be the day of the final decision.
Okay.
A special council meeting for that only.
For those, I apologize. For those of you that have been waiting around for the Ames 24 plan, we had no idea we'd be at 10 o'clock, and we still have a lot more business to do. We have to go to closed section tonight as well, too. So we are going to end, I'm going to ask council to essentially table that item, and we're going to move it to the 28th. I regret the fact that you waited for 4 hours for this topic, but I don't think it's in the best interest of the topic, nor for council to be starting this conversation at 11 o'clock at night. So I would entertain a motion to table item 44 and move to the 28th of January.
So moved.
Second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Opposed? Thank you. All right, 321 State.
Okay. Okay, before you, we have brought some options regarding the development of multifamily housing, specifically low-income tax credits based on our discussion with you on December 17th. And we kind of laid out what the definition of the low-income tax credits are, financing offered through the Iowa Finance Authority. And it's basically to assist in the financing of very low-income housing, and developers request tax credits to build this housing for persons at lower income levels. And so we investigated the cycling round for tax credits, and there's only one application period per year, and that deadline for this year is March 11th. And so if you want to get more information about their process, it is on their website that we've listed on the action form for you. And so we laid out two options for you. One is to proceed in trying to seek a developer to partner with us to do this tax credit application and meet the March 11th, 2020 application deadline. This is a really tight deadline that probably would not allow us to be a lot of public input, because we would be spending time getting the request for proposals out, going through the process with the developers, trying to pick a developer that would meet the requirements that we would need so they can meet the deadline for the March 11th deadline date. The other option, as you know, if it's once a year, would to be to look at that application process for 2021. And that would give us more time to solicit a proposal for developers and proposing to do that at the next cycle with the Iowa Finance Authority. And so that's kind of where those options are at this time.
But even if you pick that one, that does not preclude us from moving ahead on the single family portions.
Right.
You're not putting a halt to everything.
Yep.
On 321 State.
Yes.
That'd be a relationship to the next section.
I think
But if you're interested in that, we would make sure that we reserve that space, that land, and not proceed with doing anything at this time.
Right. Do you have a map of that, or so you can put up on the screen, Kelly?
Map of
Just the
321 State.
321 State.
No.
I didn't bring the aerial with me tonight.
Or just a drawing or sketch?
He's talking about the north side.
Is the north and the
Because I think there's some individuals here tonight that are, I think there's people here that are a little confused on what's going on.
Okay.
And so I think it's important for people to understand where, what we're talking about. I mean, I'm not confused about what you just said, but the point is just what is going on
Yes.
in that area. Because the point is that this changed at the end of last year. Council made a decision.
Yes, and we realize that. And so we are planning a meeting with the entire neighborhood on January 23rd to talk about this project and other city projects that are occurring in that neighborhood. And we have solicited and gotten the information out, been in touch with the neighborhood association about discussing that very idea that this came up back in December, what that scenario could look like, get their input on that, and bring that information back to you on the January 28th meeting. So we are aware that the neighbors are not truly knowledgeable about this. That's why we've scheduled this open house meeting with the entire neighborhood.
So I know there's two members of the CCOAMS here. Can you just describe what is happening on the north side of Tripp and the south side of Tripp subsequent to the last council meeting where action was taken? Or Kelly can, one of the two.
Is that true?
We got to move.
Yeah, so let me tackle this a little bit. So this is highlighting, it doesn't show Tripp built, but it shows a line for Tripp. Your next item to hire CDA, one of their tasks is to give you some lot layout concepts so you can pick your preference for a variety of reasons. As part of that task, you're gonna have to pick area reserved for multifamily. Going into this with no other input, we as staff would suggest that the north half, which would be this area, is what would be set aside to find a future multifamily affordable housing developer, and the south would be the site to focus on single family.
And could you describe, when you say multifamily, is that 2-story, 3-story skyscraper? Is that super dense? Can you just have some kind of idea what that might look like?
So it's going to be council decision. We've said that to the best of our knowledge, which things change every year with IFA, don't assume the scoring system from last year is what's going to be next year. We think at least 50 units is necessary to have the attention of affordable housing developer. But we don't have the scoring criteria for next year. We don't know what's going to be a competitive application. I don't think anybody has said a high rise is what we desire on this property. What we've always said as staff is we think medium density is the appropriate density if you're going to do any multifamily housing in this neighborhood. RH is not a necessity to do that.
So medium density would allow what in terms of buildings? Units per building?
Units per acre would be between
Per building usually. Units per building, what would you say in height?
I mean, I would be surprised if we were really looking at anything over 16 units in a building and then having multiple buildings. But you can configure that as more smaller buildings or to larger buildings. It depends what the preferences are for open space versus building size. There's some flexibility. We have quite a bit of land there, so there's flexibility in how to do that.
So can council set that amount then, or?
Yeah, I think you would want to give a developer some idea of what your expectations are. I mean, clearly, they want to use their time wisely and see if they're interested and not propose 120 units if that's not what you're interested in. If you're interested in 50 or 60 or something like that.
And as far as steps, that's the direction we need to get from you before we put together the proposals to solicit developers. And again, it would be really crunched to try to get this all done.
So if we move option 2, there's no way we're moving option 1. I mean,
I hope not.
Then are you looking for that direction now?
No.
Okay.
No.
So if you pick option 2,
Okay.
all you're doing is saying, we understand staff.
That's all I wanted to clarify.
Come back to us when we get done with the single family decision, which will be this spring. And then we'll get together on putting an RFP together. I think we laid out, we would want to make that decision around June.
Okay.
And
So we have some
the
time.
contract on the next item will only be for the south side.
Yep.
Well, not only for the south side,
But
it's
for
for
the-
single family
yeah.
only.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
So when we say in the staff comments The timeframe and steps allow for very little public participation in the shaping of the concept if we went with option one. Does that imply that there's going to be public participation in the shaping of the concept for option two?
I think it implies that, yeah, there will be a chance for public comment both before we send an RFP out and also to be able to react to comment when we make a recommendation on a proposal.
Right. Okay.
How you go about selecting the best proposal is yet to be determined.
So you could have, back to the, you could, I'm not saying you will, but you could have 3 16 plexes that might have a 2-story with 8 units per floor, lower. I mean, or you could have a mix of 4 plexes or what. I'm trying to let people have an idea that, or that's not going to be something potentially as dense as what they had at Breckenridge, for example. Is that correct?
So Breckenridge is billed at RH. It has over 400 bedrooms of apartment bedrooms on it. I don't remember the unit count right now, but that would be over 100 units there. I think it's well over 100 units off the top of my head. That is not the scale that I think we're looking at here. Unless you had some reason to reserve a substantial amount of green space and you want to densify one corner, that's the only reason you would look at a building like that.
And then, if I might just offer a suggestion, when you meet with the residents, if you had some pictures of something, some off the internet, whatever, the point is to kind of illustrate what you're looking for, because I think it's going to be hard for people to conceptualize.
I mean, I hesitate to probably put a picture in front of anybody of anything right now and say this is what staff thinks is the way to go. We went through that exercise almost 2 years ago. So if someone wants to go back and look at the initial staff report, you can see examples of different lot layouts and different things and different ideas on building sizes. But I don't want to take license with that in the next week and say, here's 4 examples of what I think is the best way to do multifamily.
Mayor, you're looking for a motion then?
Yep.
I'd move option 2.
Second.
Which is?
Prepare RFP for the 2021 application period.
Okay. All right. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. All right. Any questions for staff on item 46B, which is the award of contract for civil engineering services for the property at 321 State? Hearing none, entertain a motion on resolution awarding the contract to Civil Design Advantage of Grimes, Iowa for engineering services in an amount of not to exceed $49,600.
Move approval.
Second.
All right. Roll call.
Aye.
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 There will be talk about, I mean, you're going to have a public input session on the 23rd. Is
January
that right?
23rd.
Can
It's
you
going to
give
be
me-
at the Ames Middle School.
Okay. Walk us through what other opportunities those who are interested in this project will have to come to council and give their input.
So I think that, so based on that, so now I think we got to shift over to the CDA scope of work. And naturally what's
which is
gonna
all,
come-
which is single family, which is what they expected.
Yep.
Okay.
For part of the site.
Right.
So I think they,
Well, they expected all single family. It was changed to be a mix of multifamily on the north side, single family on the south side. That's going forward, so that's not a surprise.
right. So it's an open house on the 23rd. So it's going to have both our project from planning and housing, as well as a discussion of Fire Station 2 options along State Avenue, and also the Public Works bicycle off-street bicycle trail path facility that runs parallel to Lincoln Way. So what we'll be looking for is education, explanation of the project. We're also going to take feedback on all of the departments that are there are interested in any feedback they have. We would convey that to you. I don't know that it'd be on the 28th because we're not pressing a multifamily option right now.
Right.
I think it would be more likely to come back as part of the CDA concept layouts about different trade-offs for different things there. So do you remember in the CDA scope is February when we think we would be
Yes.
back.
Mhm.
I think we're going to come back near the end of February on the single family options, which would lead you to what land is reserved for multifamily.
So I just want to make sure that there is the opportunity for people to.
So there's going to be at least 2 before a decision is made, because we're going to have this just general open house, but then in the CDA scope, we have another option for a neighborhood meeting just on the single family layout. And then council sometime February, March is probably giving direction on the preferred single family lot layout. And then we proceed through the preliminary plat public hearing process. So there's at least 4 opportunities in the next 3 months to express your opinion on the single family development and somewhat about the multifamily.
Well, and that's the topic I think that there's not really been any public input really given, is a multifamily in that area. So I'm just trying to ascertain when that opportunity would be for them to, obviously people can send emails to council, but it's pretty hard to respond to something which is pretty much just text, so to speak.
Yeah, so the first chance is next Thursday.
Thursday.
To convey
at the open house.
Yep. Next chance or first chance is to convey your interest through that open house format.
Okay.
I do not have a date where I can tell you in April, council has to make a multifamily decision.
I'm just trying to make sure, I'm just trying to tease out that there, and let people know there will be opportunities to respond to council before.
Yep. Okay. So both directly through the single family plat and also when you get to actually doing an RFP later in the spring or summer for the multifamily.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful piece of ground. On the item, I think we got what you need, right?
Yeah, you voted on CDA, right?
Good. All right. Thank you. Moving on to item 47, request from Sigler Companies to purchase airport property here at 3100 South Riverside Drive.
Yeah, this is fine. As the mayor said, we're here tonight to talk about a formal request from Sigler to buy property at the airport. Just to orient everyone where we're talking about, I highlighted in the map attached to the council action form in yellow where Sigler is. If you're not familiar with the South Riverside, it's the boundary road between the airport and the ISU Research Park. I know it's late, and if there are any questions about the report, I can go through it if council would like. But really, what we did is we tried to take a process and find out what was of value to the city for the buyout of the lease, the reversion of the improvements on the property, and then ultimately the land itself. We put 3 numbers together. There is a summary table right above the alternatives in the report. And as far as following this methodology, if council agrees with it, and ultimately with selling the land or not, alternative 1 outlines what we feel is essentially to the airport is a fair market buyout value for the property. Any questions about how we got to that number? I'm happy to answer.
So I need help with this. This came before us as a letter in September. I voted against it because, referring it to staff, because I wasn't convinced that it was something that we should do. And I appreciate all of this work and the pages and pages of analysis. But I need help understanding why would it be in the best interests of the city, not knowing the future and the possible different directions that could occur at the airport. Why would, I guess I'm not sure I understand why we're talking about selling the property to begin with.
Sure, absolutely. And that is really the highest level kind of philosophical question. What I could offer at this time is really maybe 2 perspectives. One is the airport master plan, even before the current one, which was adopted in 2008, identified this segment of road and some property on it as essentially being non-aeronautical. The reason why is because, and it is a unique situation that I don't think if Sigler came today and wanted to build this property new on the airport, the FAA would have just turned them away. It originally got created because of Vision Air. They were going to build aircraft, which is manufacturing. Sigler is also manufacturing, but Vision Air is an aviation use. I really honestly, just talking with the because I have been in conversation with the FAA, I don't think they would have done this property. But once Visionaire left, the city and the airport was essentially stuck with this property, and we needed to do something with it. And that's why there's an agreement and a lease. So the master plan has already pulled it out of the airport property as ever being for aircraft, for airport operations. So it needs to be for some kind of essentially revenue generating, so a ground lease, I would say. The other part of it is then, and I think the report tried to touch on it, it didn't go into length, is if Sigler or Molmac, who is really the tenant, developer, owner of this leased property right now, if they would default on any of it, then the city would be essentially stuck to try and go find a tenant. And I guess one of the things that maybe council, I would maybe not consider myself an expert in this, but we're definitely, in the airport's definitely not in the business of manufacturing or trying to lease or find a manufacturing tenant. That's not really the role of the airport. So it's the risk of, if Sigler wanted to leave or default on this property, we would be left with the building and trying to find a use for it. And for one thing I could add to that is, because it is airport property, it is completely bound by the federal rules for use of airport revenue. So we could not just use it as a city, like we couldn't just take it over as a city and use it. We'd have to charge fair market value to the airport, even if it was a city function, like if we took it over as a warehouse. So the property is so heavily regulated that I think what we're trying to do is find an option that works for a business here in town while minimizing the risk to the airport for a function that the airport really isn't intended to do. But it doesn't maybe answer all the philosophical questions. I think that would be for council to discuss is, do you want to get rid of the property given the risk of keeping it?
So and I appreciate that, and it's very thoughtful, but it does not address my concern. This airport, we have to think about this airport 100 years from now. And we don't know. You have an airport master plan today, but who's to say what that airport master plan will look like in 50 years? And so it seems to me short-sighted, given the protection that we have to give over community property. I just want to be really cautious about rushing into something because there is a short-term gain dangling in front of us. I just want to be cautious. And I'm curious, I've shared my thoughts on this. I'd like to hear what other council members think.
I'm not sure I understand the relationship between this property and those intermediate term projects and long-term projects that are identified on this.
Well, in really the context of providing this sheet, obviously this is draft. We will come back. Kaufman and Associates is still in developing the master plan, so we haven't presented council. So this is a little bit of a preview of what you'll see here in a couple months. Really what it's trying to illustrate is that everything in green or blue is maybe even beyond. There isn't really an end to this development. This is the foreseeable future for the airport. So, and it's completely driven by the need of aircraft. Maybe a developer would come in and try and build one of those chunks and lease out the space to pilots. But that being said, it's the foreseeable future of the airport. So I think what we're trying to say, or this picture is trying to tell you, is that the area that Sigler is on, I mean, frankly, that is a lot of hangar growth. I mean, this is maybe beyond 50 years worth of hangar growth. This is not a small amount of money, not a small amount of development. One of the kind of marching orders that were given to the consultant was, tell us what we need, which is essentially kind of the blue area, and then tell us how to maximize the best and highest use of the airport property beyond agriculture, because we're making money off of those spaces right now by row crops, and when we're getting crop money for it. That's not an airport. Again, that's not an airport function, but it supports the business of the airport. I would much rather change that into land leases. So even if we go beyond and maximize our land lease potential, you still have the Sigler piece. So, but to Tim's point, 50 years out, 100 years out, who knows, assuming all those other areas, the green and the blue develop, then we would probably be looking for other areas. But
Well,
but
and-
there are some to the south as well.
So understanding that this is way out in the future, if we do get this development, then if we sold the property to Sigler, it's sitting there in the middle of the rest of our airport, right?
Yes, I think the right way to look at it is it's, in a way, functionally, no different than Bricktown. So Bricktown on the other side is in kind of the knee of the runway areas. The clear zone there is very steep. It's a 7-to-1. It's not in any functional path of the runways. The areas, those trapezoidal areas they call runway protection zones, those are the areas that pilots care about, you as an airport owner should care about. The areas in between or in those kind of knee areas are areas for development potential to generate revenue to support the airport.
Explain the navigation easement that would be in place.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be completely unprotected. There's no way that we would sell this property without putting a navigation easement on the property itself, which would limit. There's nothing about the property now that the way Sigler is operating it, but let's say Sigler wants to sell it, we would have protections on the property so that they couldn't come in here and change the manufacturing to generate steam or some other kind of hazard to aircraft. So the airport itself and its operations would always be protected by covenant.
So can we imagine other uses for this property that are not merely revenue producing? Because that's a requirement, right? They have to be revenue producing for the airport. Do I have that right?
That is definitely a good thing. It's not a requirement. So when talking about the FAA requirements, they want it to be a benefit to the airport. And that's it. And to be honest, I've been working and in contact with the FAA, their compliance officer, and their realty expert, and it is a standard, but it is also kind of a nebulous standard. So what they want us, and I've ran this process by them. This process is essentially 1-to-1 to the way the appraiser did it. I just used different, like we can't make 8.5% return on an investment like a private sector can. So the reason why our number is higher than the way the appraisals are at is because we can't take whatever money we get from the sale and reinvest it at what a private sector business could make. So I think what you were saying, or the question you're asking is, does it have to generate revenue? No, but it should be a benefit to the airport. So that's one of the concerns of what we tried to, maybe not put a great number to, is that if Sigler went away, just kind of looking at all scenarios, if they went away, we would essentially we would have a large property with potentially high maintenance, and we wouldn't be able to generate profits like a private business would. Like all we would try and do is lease it maybe as a warehouse, maybe try and find another manufacturing tenant. But to the city, it could potentially be a net negative. So it could cost us money.
So it has to be a benefit to the airport. And by selling it now, we would guarantee that it is a benefit, a very particular type of revenue generating benefit. But I think sort of more to Tim's question, are we able to envision some sort of superior benefit and advantageous use that we would have for this facility in the long run that we would forego if we sold it tonight or some other nearby time?
Absolutely. And actually, what's interesting, and it's a very similar discussion that you had about the Lincoln Way property, is that the property itself is not unencumbered. It has improvements on it. For us to try and convert it into something used for aviation, which mainly would be either maintenance or storage of aircraft, that building, you'd have to demo the site. So we'd have the cost essentially to reclaim the property back to bare earth so that we could maybe extend some of those green areas into hangars. That would be that would be, at least especially as the direction of the master plan, the purpose of the airport, that would be our bar of entry to try and find a higher and better use for this property would be first the cost to demo, then the cost to redevelop. And I don't have that exact number. That wasn't a scenario that we fully vetted in here. But obviously tonight, we're not making a decision to sell. We're trying to first say, on a high level, do you want to sell? And if you do, does this methodology and approach to the sale, coming up with a value, make sense?
So this building was designed and built to manufacture aircraft, right?
Yes.
So could it be reasonably presumed that they could get aircraft in and out of this building? We just spent $1 million plus to build a hangar with a big, hinged door. Is it possible this could be converted into a hangar? I mean, a second hangar that the airport could use to, these people that have these, private jets, they want to store those inside. Now, I know it's not convenient in terms of connection to the terminal. It's across the way, but I'm just wondering, and maybe the answer is yes, but it's not going to generate anywhere close to the same revenue as you would by investing the money. But I'm just curious. I mean, if it was built to make something other than airplanes, it'd be one thing. But wasn't it designed to do that?
Absolutely. I think the thing that's difficult about that is, and I wish I had a picture, but Visionaire's single jet engine aircraft are not large. They're actually very kind of small, sporty planes. So to convert this into a more, especially with the size of aircraft that we're seeing at the airport now, where you're getting all the way up to a Gulfstream 550, I think is some of the larger, it would take major conversion to do it.
Well, it becomes structurally impractical. I just thought that maybe it had some huge hangar doors that were infilled temporarily and that they could be reopened to get a large hangar door back in. I wasn't aware that there was a small, very, very small, jet plane. I thought it was
There's fairly large overhead doors, and I don't know enough about how Visionaire operated to say, but I get the impression that they weren't necessarily all assembled and moved in and out of the building.
I see.
Maybe the pieces and parts were put here and they assembled out. But to use it as a, like our itinerant hangar, you would need a door of that size or bigger or something.
I was just envisioning, you see pictures of the Boeing factory. I know that they're not making Boeing airplanes.
Right.
But you see a large space and the ability to get things in and out. So I was envisioning if that was a possibility. Thank you.
Well, I think the right context is that it's a warehouse building. It could be converted to anything of a normal warehouse use, or manufacturing, I should say.
So it's really up to you. I mean, I can't say 20 years from now, there might not be use for that building or that pad. It could be. We can only look at our master plan and see, does it fit any of our needs now? So if you want to retain that asset, and it's really not our asset, it was really not our asset until the end of 2047. And if the company doesn't want to extend the lease, or we decide not to extend the lease, we don't take over ownership to that tomorrow. They can hold that lease till 2047. But if that's an asset, because the way it's negotiated, that will be ours. If they walk away, it will become our property. If you want to retain that asset, then you wouldn't do this deal.
So is this actually a sale or just basically a prepayment of the lease?
It's a sale.
Prepayment of the lease was included in the sale price.
Yeah.
That's how it's calculated it's the land, the value of the lease, and also depreciated value of the building itself.
Yep.
And present value of it.
Okay.
So I think you're bringing a legitimate issue. We had to grapple with that too.
So open up public comment. Anyone want to offer any public comment on this topic tonight?
And Chris is here.
Figure if you waited till 4 hours and 35 minutes, you might want to. What's that?
I did not wait 4 hours. I had other meetings I had to go to. Chris Eggert, 5317 Valley Road, and I work at 3100 South Riverside Drive. 21 years at Sigler, working for Ron, and been a fantastic building for us. 62 years, I think Sigler's been in this community. And being someone who wants to be at that company for 20 more years, we have to look at expansion to continue to grow. And owning this land, owning this building gives us the opportunity to do that. At least think on a business sense of doing that as well. So that's where we're at. We have 150 some employees. I'm sure that calculates out to be 400, 450, 500 folks when you have spouses and kids and everything else. So we'd like to see this get passed, give us the opportunity to purchase the property that's there, buy out the lease, buy the land. All that's been lined out by Damien. And of course, over the past year and a half, 2 years, we've been dabbling and working on this. So that's what I have to say.
Chris, so you said you need to expand. So can you talk about what if you were to purchase the property, what would it look like in terms of expansion?
We don't have definite plans, John. We've just talked about where we're going to go. The management team that is made up of 5 of us down there I'm the second oldest. So we've got some youth that's there and hope to continue on. But to sit down and have the serious discussion about what we're going to do as far as the expansion of it, what we're going to do with that expansion, what we have for limitations as height and things like that. I know we can go as high as what we are right now, which is probably suitable for us at the 26 or 27 foot high ceilings that we have. It will likely go west, not east, towards the runways that are there, would be our suspicion. But there's a gap that's between us and the hangar building, and that's probably an area we'd like to maybe potentially enclose in there and be able to make one consistent run that's there. It can be navigated in several different ways there. We don't have to have that circle drive for the shipping area on the northwest side as well. So, but to answer your question, no, we have not put together, not South engineers and designers and architects and put things together. So,
And do we own the property between South Riverside Drive and, yeah, because it's the leased area is just identified as the yellow area, right?
Yeah, it's just a leased parcel, but everything you see there east of Riverside is airport property. On the map, it's that heavy pink line with 3 white dots. That's essentially the boundary.
I'm curious, is part of the sale also include the land that is to the right of the blue future hangars?
No.
It's just the yellow?
Just the yellow, yes.
I heard Chris say they're going to potentially move or expand west, but doesn't appear to be that much area to go west.
There's not a lot of room, no.
Yeah,
But
okay.
we also we go south towards the parking lot, things of that nature, and tighten things up.
Yeah.
We still have, but the east of that parking lot to the east is not, we probably use maybe 5 or 10% of that for some of our staff to park over there.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Yes,
Appreciate
you
it.
bet.
Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll close public comment on this topic. Council?
I'd move alternative 1.
Second.
And that is?
That is to agree that the city is willing to sell the land and buildings for the price of $2.8 million. Direct staff to work with city attorney to perform steps A through E as listed here.
And you seconded?
Second.
So the agreement will come back to you for approval. You're not approving it yet.
And then there'll also be a
Work with the FAA and.
public hearings as well too for disposition of property.
Yes,
and
yes.
People have a chance to come in.
Right.
Okay. All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining?
Nay.
Motion carried. Thank you. All right, on to item number 48. Third passage and adoption of ordinance number 4405 regarding stacked driveway parking for single family and 2 family dwellings.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Thank you. And third, on item 49, third passage and adoption of ordinance number 4406, rezoning 808 East Lincoln Way from agricultural A and highway-oriented commercial HOC to general industrial GI.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay, on to council comments. Lori, we'll start with you tonight.
So I want to start by just thanking all the people who spent so long here to give their input on the various difficult decisions we had to make, and also to thank everyone for sending us the emails that had such well-reasoned information for the most part. And I hope that the rescheduling of the discussion of the 2040 plan will actually yield better discussion than we could possibly have had tonight after
Starting
the
now.
lengthy discussions. Yes, for example, right now. The other thing that I wasn't sure if we needed to bring back was a motion to have the policy discussion on the waiver of downtown parking fees. I don't know if that was considered rolled into my motion or not. We set a date for the issue to come back to us, but do we need a motion to put it on the agenda for the 28th?
Yeah, you're putting a lot on the 28th, but I think, what do we have on the 28th to talk about?
Ames
2040 now.
plan.
Anything
Yeah, so
else?
that got moved.
Anything else? We're not going to come back. We won't have the agreement to discuss the first issue, so.
I think we can, if you want to make that motion to have it, because we do have some things that need to be addressed. And I guess we'll have to have staff look at the agenda, make sure we are
So,
reasonable.
well, I just wondered, since the last motion set
No,
the
you
first
need-
meeting
you
in
need-
February as when this would come back to us. So I'm not really sure about the motion I would make now.
Oh, that's,
I guess I would move that we have
Good.
staff bring back the information for the policy discussion on the waiver of downtown parking meter fees.
when did you say?
And
The 28th.
the 28th of January meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, you don't need any more from us. We'll send out that same staff
Mhm.
report, which was on there. We took it off. I don't know if you remember that.
Yep.
They'll give you enough information to start the discussion.
Yep.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
That's it.
Next Monday is the city and county MLK Celebration Day. And this is a very special program that will be held at the Ames Middle School. The program starts at 6 o'clock with music provided by the Ames High School Jazz Band. There will be cake, and the actual program begins at 6:30 and will be done by 7:30. So invite the public out to that. Thank you.
I also think that the census committee is going to be having some
It will.
information available at that MLK celebration for the community.
If there will be a table.
Jill,
Nothing today, thanks.
Amber,
Nothing.
Ellen,
I'm good, thanks.
David?
I'd like to point out that I've been appointed to the National League of Cities Information Technology and Communications Federal Advocacy Committee. Just by
What's the
brief,
acronym for that?
ITC.
Oh.
Yeah. And this committee has the lead responsibility for developing NLC's federal policy on positions on issues involving telecommunications and information system and public access to these systems, privacy concerns, cable TV, phone services, spectrum issues, communications tower siting, universal service broadcasting, and defense of city rights of way from degradation caused by installation of communications facilities.
Wow.
So I'll plan to keep you informed about this committee's work to the extent that you can tolerate that sort of thing.
Do you feel qualified for that?
Yes, I'm hoping so. Yes. I do. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Nothing else.
You'll do a great job. Devin?
Hello. I'm excited for this next semester. Should be good. Lots of representation of students on the way. Still got to figure out dates for the joint meeting and all that stuff, and scheduling things, and should be good. I'm working at the Capitol this semester, so working almost full time and doing 3 classes in this, and then working on campaigns, and so it should be busy but fulfilling semester. And I'm glad that I get to spend a decent portion with all of you. So look forward to it.
That's great.
5 hours.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
I have a few things.
Yeah.
One is the Story County supervisors did submit some recommendations on renaming of Squaw Creek.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be coming back to you
Good.
maybe the 28th.
I've heard that before.
Okay. I mean, I have notified the Bureau of Lands and whatever the department is, federal department, and they had a quote cutoff. I think it was like this week to submit a quarterly report. And so they said that we'll just get on the next quarterly report. There wasn't a big rush. So if we have to push this into February, we can do that as well too.
Good.
But
Did you hear what he said? Have you heard that?
Supervisor Merkin and I have been in frequent contact about this and had some fantastic help from a professor at Iowa State that specializes in Indian, Native American history. And boy, he just sent us an amazing email, kind of gave us some suggestions. So we'll bring that back. We'll need to make a decision so we can get that submitted.
Do a memo or report we can
Yeah,
send to council.
we can work together on that. So, secondly, just congratulations to Fairway. We had an unbelievable turnout for the ribbon cutting tonight, downtown Fairway. It's absolutely wonderful, and it's just a great partnership with the city, and it's going to be a great addition. As you're probably all aware, the legislature is now in session, and Deb Shildroth and I are teaming together to be getting updates. And so we'll be updating you as things go on if Devin doesn't.
Can do.
But
Ask any
anyway,
questions.
it's going to be an interesting session. And we'll
Less
just keep you
interesting.
apprised.
Interesting.
What's that?
Less interesting.
Yeah,
than
we don't want
less
interesting.
Well, I hope so. Last session, I almost had a sleeping bag down there. It was getting that bad. So anyway. Okay, that's it for me. And let's move on to disposition of communications to council. We have 5 items tonight.
I'm going to go through these if you want to. The
Some are
first
just
one.
FYIs, right?
All right, Steve, go ahead.
First one, if you want to take action, you can always decline it. But if you do, we'll ask for a memo from planning director on one.
Is there a motion on that one?
Ask for a memo.
Is there a motion or not?
So
It's
moved.
the clap setter goer.
Is there a second?
Second. Which one is this? Oh, it's right there.
Was that a second?
Yeah.
Carol Mullen.
I think
It was
that,
a slow
I'm not sure. Is it
Yeah.
that second, Brian?
It was, yeah.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Kelly reminds me, and he can speak to this. I don't think you have to take, well, you can ask us, you've already referred this to us, remember, on staff.
Okay, good.
So look at cleanups or in the sign ordinance or any issues, so we can fold this into his report, which is coming back in, when is it? February or so? March, February. So you want to take action, just include it with the other staff direction on sign ordinance? Or trust us that we're going to do it? You want direction or is it?
I'd move that we
Trust us. We
incorporate
trust
this
that. Trust us.
into the ongoing
Staff analysis. of the
staff
sign.
analysis of the sign ordinance.
Second.
And we'll also respond to the applicant with that information.
Do you do that or do
But that's how we're handling it.
Yeah.
The building bulge of appeal.
Good.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Now, the next one has 2 parts to it that you have to think about. One deals with a budget issue, you know what I'm talking about? This has to do with the facade program. The other one has to do with prioritizing your tasks, which you're going to talk about. So I'm not sure you can take any action. Don't we need to meet on Saturday and see what happens?
I think that was my intent with
Yeah.
adding that into my list of goals. So I wasn't
And
intending.
there's two
it.
parts. You can even become a priority.
Right, but if we're.
Then you don't want to you got to put
Yeah.
the money with it.
Right,
Or you could change the prioritization, you know, what I mean, of the qualification.
yeah,
Not exactly give more money. You
right.
could give more money and keep the same qualification. So there's two different issues you're gonna have to grapple with. So I think that's one you want to hold on and give us direction afterwards. And then the rezoning 802 Delaware, I think you need a memo there from planning director.
Move for a memo.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Now, on the last one, I don't know if you've been around, but we've gotten requests to go both ways on this, on Brookside.
Brookridge.
Excuse me, Brook Ridge. So if you want us to get into it again, then I guess Damien needs to know, you want us to contact the property owners and see where they.
Well, and I was the one that asked you about it because I had a couple
Right.
of people from the neighborhood follow with me, and I sent them Damien's email, and they replied back and said, we're not interested
Oh, really?
in doing, council do anything more. That doesn't mean we can disagree or agree, but yeah. So the information I got from the two people who
drop it.
inquired said,
Okay.
this is helpful, thank you, leave it alone.
Oh,
So,
we don't have to contact them then, or? That's good. So 3 memos out of it and the rest.
No, there's 2, aren't there? 1 and 4.
Yeah, 1 and 4. We're already working
I
on.
thought
number
you said your
two.
trust staff, you're taking care of.
2
number 2.
memos.
I'm sorry, you're right.
See, you're good.
We have to write a memo to the board chairman, Delmar, what we're doing.
Oh, I got you.
That's what I meant. Right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
All right. All right, item 50, need a motion to hold closed session as provided by section 21.51C Code of Iowa to discuss matters presently in or threatened to be in litigation. And prior to that motion, Councilman Garten, you want to pose the further question?
Yes, Mr. Lambert, do we have a legal basis for going into closed session?
Yes, we do, under Iowa Code Section 21.51C.
What John just said.
Mayor, I move we move into closed session.
You just said. Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Okay, we will go into closed session.
Wow, that made it happen.
She's sitting right there.
Okay. Back in open session. Entertain a motion on the topic discussed.
Okay, I would move that we authorize the settlement and payment of $47,701.82 from the risk fund to the property owner at 1901 Polk Drive.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Let's do roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, God, it's after 11.